Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome. How the devil are you? Good morning. Afternoon, evening. Afternoon for Bob, morning for Random. Song is good? Yeah, it is good. What about you, Frenchman? Yeah, I've had a good couple of days. I've been chilling since Wednesday. Nothing interesting happened yesterday. Set my alarm to wake up for stream. That's degeneracy. Hi. So today we're going to do. I'm going to play a bit of October Patch. We're going to look at Freedo's reaction to October Patch, which is just going to be it's probably going to hear him just acting smug, despite there being nothing to be smug about. We're going to go through Rivals patch notes, Overwatch patch notes. We're going to go through a little bit about hero bans. We're going to go through a little bit about them deleting my hero in Rivals. We're going to go through the reception of Rivals, how it's actually performing. Because I feel like this Ultron release might actually turn it around for them. Good morning, Megamon. Good morning. Need to know how to get the interface turned off so you can see the full foot? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that Reddit post. There was a Reddit post on the same thing. How can I remove this interface? God damn it, go away. I want to see the feet. Hey, Squid. Patch Friday? Yeah, Patch Friday. I'm going to go through both patches. I'm going to go through it a little bit cursory. I'm not actually going to go through it in depth. Because I don't think there's very much to respond to in depth for the most part. I've already flicked through the Overwatch ones on Wednesday, and for the Rivals ones, I know the gist of them. I know they have deleted my hero. I don't know how they deleted my hero. Something about a timer on the dive and piercing left click into enemies? Question mark. Ultron doesn't look like he'll perform well, probably just be used to the DPS. We'll go through that as well. Everything got nerfed on Jeff? Okay. Well, that's bad for me, isn't it? Okay, let's start with Overwatch patch notes, I guess. From the top. So, in terms of perks, it's a really hard one. So perks don't affect my mode, because obviously they've all been taken out, so I don't really mind that much about perks as much as I do with other things. That's what you get for playing a trash game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. How the slower climbing fits his lumbering tank fantasy, but it was a point of friction when trying to chase down or escape from enemies. So we're speeding up how quickly he can vault over a ledge. Additionally, we're boosting Anarchic Zeal's lifesteal, as the current value wasn't effective enough. So this is the lifesteal on the guard. So basically they've made him be able to chase people down more. Like, out of curiosity, guys, do you think Hazard needs to be able to chase people down more than he already can? He's already yeeting himself halfway across the map in order to insta-kill you. Like, I don't. Obviously, it's a small buff to his ability to chase people down. I don't think in practice it does that much. Spider and Flats gave this patch a pretty good rating. That's interesting. These changes made Hazard meta. Yeah, the 40% is obscene, right? That's just obscene. In terms of high level play. The reason why Hazard hasn't been played as much is because he doesn't sustain as well as the other tanks. And I think that's kind of the only reason, right? I think in high level play, Hazard is just strictly better than most tanks at this point. So in terms of 5v5, this is terrible. In terms of 6v6, it buffs him in ways that I don't like. I don't really care about. I think the lifesteal is more reasonable in 6v6, and it incentivizes you to kind of like get in there and use it on multiple people because you can actually heal more than you can damage. I think that's a good change for 6v6. Bad change for 5v5, weirdly enough. I hope people kind of like understand what I mean. In 6v6, the idea is that everyone's killable, and you have to peak yourself by doing really interesting things in order to be effective, instead of like just yeeting yourself at one individual person. So basically what's going to happen now is I yeet myself at somebody, they die instantly, as they always do with Hazard. I mean, this is much of a buff, and then I survive infinitely in 5v5, which just sucks. Yeah. It's more quality of life? Yeah, it's definitely more quality of life. I mean, there's a ledge climbing animation. We can go test it. I think they both gave the patch B interesting. I got sound off because the main menu music is so annoying. If you're an it for me, you're an it for life. And this guy's crazy. Yeah, it's really just more quality of life. This feels janky though, right? How far you're thrown forward when you ledge climb. But you get a speed boost now. Pretty sure you get a speed boost there. Yeah, just for like a quarter of a second, you get a little speed boost. I guess it's interesting. I mean, realistically, I think Hazard's one of the least healthy characters in the game. I'm the only people that actually think that. Because of the ability to just hold on main infinitely and then just yeet himself onto an angle and stop somebody standing there. It's just heinous to me. And I think his wall is incredibly oppressive to other tanks. I think he's boring. I don't like playing with him. I don't like playing against him. So yeah, like, I'm a Hazard hater. Anything that's a buff to Hazard, I'm gonna dislike. So I understand that other people aren't Hazard haters because they are insane and crazy, but you know. Do you think you're gonna watch the Freedo Classic video? My dude, read the stream description. Yes. I'm going to play a couple of games of Classic, and then I'm going to watch it. I haven't actually played any Classic Overwatch yet for the October patch. I'll talk about it in a bit. I'll talk about it in a bit before I go into it anyway. I love Hazard. I will not agree with Realth on this. I mean, that's fine, but you're just incorrect, right? No, Hazard is the peak of 5v5 tank design, where they have to be able to threaten direct pressure on individuals without doing AoE pressure. Pretty much the peak of that. This doesn't threaten pressure on individuals. What this does is just makes them sustain. In 6v6, this is pressure in a general sense on main. In 5v5, this isn't to put out any pressure. So 5v5, this is sustain. 6v6, this is pressure. And then in both of them, this is like direct pressure onto individual people to not stand anywhere on the map within dash range. So yeah, I think that sucks. A wall on tank isn't bad in itself. Yeah, I don't think a wall on tank is necessarily bad in itself. Like, I think that can exist. I think that the trouble is that he has so much in his kit, and his kit is so versatile that the wall in it just makes him feel horribly oppressive to play against in most scenarios if he's able to consistently land the wall behind you. Didn't feel Hazard were weak though, not sure why the buff was needed. Yeah. Hey Val. Reinhardt generally does well across the game, but falls off in effectiveness at higher ranks. We're increasing the speed and responsiveness of Fire Strike to make it more reliable from range. So projectile speed increased to 30 meters per second, recovery time reduced to 0.45 seconds. I mean, it's just completely unnecessary, right? Like, this is one of those changes that is maybe necessary for 5v5 in a world where every single tank has to have a like long range projectile. But in 6v6, I actually got into was it Megamon that I got into an argument with about 2 fire strikes and Winston right click, like those specific 2 things, right? Where somebody was saying like it's good that they have something to do in neutral, and I'm like, but they have that. Why do you always need to be doing something, right? Like, why are we giving characters a fidget spinner for no reason in particular when it doesn't necessarily do anything? I don't really understand why you want to give your characters a fidget spinner to just, like, continuously do stuff. And this in particular just massively increases chase down. Like that's crazy. That's absolutely insane. So it's going to make Reinhardt a lot better, but I'd say, why don't we just go into a format where Reinhardt doesn't have to do this? This is another change that is, I'd say, pretty toxic for 6v6. In kind of like an unhealthy way. Because I don't think that much AoE damage should be available so easily at range. I think Reinhardt has everything he can do in 6v6, and he doesn't really need 2 fire strikes in general. He certainly doesn't need a fast fire strike. Don't think it was me, but I don't mind having them both in current year. But that's only because other tanks just have infinite uptime. Oh, sorry, Meg one. Wasn't you. Winston right click is nice with how much mobility has increased in general in Overwatch. Being able to still get the kill if you did a good dive and got them 90% of the way there. Sure, yeah. Yeah, I get that. You dive at someone, they jump out, you got them most of the way there, you can do a right click. I will say that the charge up nature of it isn't really designed for that in a way. Honestly, I'm fine with it. I don't hate Winston right click. Winston right click is fine. I understand. But you know what? The simple kits, the very simple kits, the kits where you literally just you jump in, you left click, you get out. There's some cute tech with melee and stuff like that in there. I don't really need the extra things in order to enjoy the character. And I feel like we shouldn't. As always, I feel like we shouldn't be playing the mode that requires those extra little things in order for the characters to be okay. I think the value from Winston should be getting that guy to move in the first place, not the opposite. But the thing is, in 5v5, if you jump at a DPS and they move, that's not enough value because you as a tank is 1.5 times the bigness of the DPS player, right? At least in 6v6, if you jump the DPS and get the DPS to move, that's a 1-for-1 trade. So that's my argument that you don't necessarily need the right click in 6v6. I hope that's reasonably clear. What if we gave Winston a wall climb, and a block? Oh man, you are so based. Half hour in? I only started like 10 minutes ago, dude. Hey, Maxi. Reacting to Fire Strike? Fire Strike to Shatter might be dead. What, Fire Strike into Shatter? What do you mean? Twitch does not say 27 minutes. I can see it down there. It said 15 minutes and 10 seconds. Okay. Freya cooldown increased from 3.5 to 4 seconds. Yeah, Freya is Cancer. Absolutely awful character. Really, really annoying. Just absolutely awful. I hate the character, honestly. Reduce the air timing frequency of explosive bolts. This does nothing to her apart from increase her downtime. So all of the peaky uptime is still there. Yeah. It's still meta. Yeah, obviously still meta. Who's waiting for the quick dash cooldown? I mean, like, sure, like, but you're gonna. This character by default is used in bursts, right? Like, it's not used. Oh, I'm going to. Oh, then I'm gonna jump, and then I'll use one, and then I'll wait for a couple of seconds, and then I'm like, oh, I guess I'll use another one, right? That's not how you do the character. How you do the character is click, dash, click. Oh, I can't even press buttons. You understand what I'm saying, though. The whole point of the character is the burst, and decreasing the frequency the burst happens is kind of like the. I say that. It's not addressing the problem, it's just sidestepping it, right? And by making the character slower. If you expect the fire strike, you can react shatter it still until the time you get closer to 200 milliseconds. That gets hard to react to. I think it definitely brings the floor of the reaction up to a higher level, doesn't it? To actually just react shatter. Yeah, so Freya's horribly toxic. I kind of hate the character in general. It's so funny that like the default thing that everyone says is that let me just turn this down slightly. The default thing everyone says, and it's always been true, is that like what is it? status effects and slows and stuff like that always affects tanks more, and damage always affects DPS more. Freya's the one character where a burst damage affects tanks just as badly as the DPS, because the damage they can put out is completely, utterly fucking obscene. And if you can just ping 2 into a tank, like, the tank can never overextend now, right? Like, it's just so much damage, and the damage is, like, it just comes in a massive wave. It's really hard. You don't even need a status effect to make tanks feel bad. You've just got so much damage that you can just do whatever the hell you want. Yeah, I think Freya sucks. And apparently Freya's been a massive problem in Stadium as well. Obviously, I'm not a Stadium person, because Stadium is... Yeah, Stadium is. But apparently there's massive... She got disabled? Apparently there's massive ability spam problems. I do wonder how you're going to be able to rework Freya to not have ability spam problems, right? Because the whole character is based on ability spam, and all you can do is reduce the efficacy of the cooldown reduction stuff. But like, even then, I'm like, I feel like that's still going to be, yeah, like it's not even anything else. It's literally the structure of the character lends itself to ability and visual effects spam. Like, the bowler is massive and really annoying, to be honest, right? Like, the bowler is just like, look how bright and wild and loud that is. Like, if you can do that a couple of times, with a couple of scope shots in there, it just becomes so hard to see. And yeah, I don't know. Like Tracer, you should never be in Stadium. I think the character is just generically unhealthy in the way that they need that double hit in order to finish somebody off. They got a lot of they've got a lot of access to angles, and that's really why they're being played at the moment. Do you see the Freya Lifeweaver combo that was being played? Yeah. They're playing Lifeweaver literally just because Freya can overextend, and Lifeweaver can... So first off, Lifeweaver can survive 2 Freya hits, right? With a dash, Lifeweaver just actually survives the double tap, which is kind of crazy. Second off, Freya is an airborne person, so you can heal them in the air. Third off, Lifeweaver's got a shit ton of buffs recently, specifically in the passive healing rate. So if you look at the passive healing rate, that's 25% faster. And the Super Bloom has been changed down from, so Super Bloom is this one here, the Thorns Breaking. That's been changed down to every 16 instead of every 20. And Lifeweaver fires 2 shots at once, so it's actually every 8 instead of every 10. So that's a massive damage increase. And I'll be honest, like, people might not be picking that. Because the other, like, extra burst heal is pretty damn good, especially with competitive play. But Lifeweaver is one of the characters that is, like, on the cusp of being really OP. And obviously Life Grip, right? Like, you get double tap by Freya, you just Life Grip them out every single time. You got an instant denial. It's basically Mercy Res, but it's preemptive. That's basically what Lifeweaver has now. Because, I mean, Freya just, like, has her damage telegraphed by like half a second to a second, which like it's I don't know. Freya's caused Lifeweaver to come. I'm kind of happy that Lifeweaver's coming in, right? I'm kind of happy that Lifeweaver's coming in. Mostly Lifeweaver's underrated, especially for 6v6. Yes, it's funny that Lifeweaver's getting so many healing buffs over time. Just slow healing buff. His actual healing per second is going up massively, very slowly though. Specifically when you're trying to like weave and do other stuff, right? You're not always in the mode. Your actual healing per second raises quite a bit for that passive healing increase. So yeah, it's obviously good that they're nerfing her, but I think this character's fundamentally flawed in Stadium. Definitely flawed in Stadium because ability spam is the point of Stadium, right? Like, it's kind of the point. And in terms of ranked, I think she's just kind of boring. I'm gonna be honest. think people are overestimating how strong she is. I was in Karq chat, and the dev says she had the lowest win rate in Stadium, 41%. Yeah, nobody really cares how strong she is in Stadium. They just care that she's utterly boring to play against. And the fact, right, if there's a Freya standing there, right, she's standing there menacingly, and you're playing a tank, you cannot walk forward because you're going to be fucking blocked by 3 shots, right? And you have to be able to expect those 3 shots in such a short succession. You have to, because she can do it, right? So basically, this whole, like, conservation of damage into a kind of, like, into a big burst just makes it so that you can't walk forward. And like, changing the cooldown, what that does is make it so that Freyas are more inclined to save their stuff for a big burst, which is kind of like the opposite of what you want, right? Surely. Like, surely that's the opposite of what you want, instead of something that you want to incentivize. You want people to be like weaving their shots a couple at a time, maybe like trying the 2-tap on a tank. You don't want them saving all of their things to threaten a tank to die instantly, right? Because like maybe the Winston jumps in, you just shove your face into him and he just dies. So the amount of pressure Freya can put out by literally AFKing is massive, and I think that's one of the main problems with the character. There's too much nested value. I'd be okay with a much faster regenning dash, but only limiting it to like 2 bolts with like a second between them. I think that would be fine, and when we could enable her to still do her like DPS assassinating with 2 bolts. But honestly, the ability to just have 3 bolts is just ridiculous and kind of like really impressive, honestly. Perhaps untying the cooldown reset to dash would be good. Untying the cooldown reset to dash, yeah. But that's what the entire character's built around, right? It just seems like a bad concept. What if it was similar to Zarya Bubble and you had 2 charges? Yeah, I don't think keeping the effectiveness of this at its level and then decreasing the cooldown is the way to go, because I think it's just going to incentivize people to AFK. Even having 2 of these shots on a tank is such a crazy amount of damage that it disincentivizes you from doing things. People mostly don't even use her primary fire. Yeah. Playing her like DPS Doomfist, stalling on roofs, tops jumping on somebody to one-shot them. She doesn't make any sound also. There's no sound on flight? Like, there's obviously sound on the jump and the dash. Are you just saying when they're stalling there's no sound, or? On the stall, yeah. I think that's problematic. I think we can all say that if DPS Doom had some sound when he was stalling, he'd probably be more healthy. Like, right? Any character that wants to use stalling, I think you should be able to tell that they're there stalling, if you get what I mean. Anyway, yeah, I think Freya's toxic, and I think that's probably the wrong way to go. But as a Band-Aid patch, obviously I can't complain that much, right? Band-Aid patch to the Band-Aid patch is what it is. Might be a small one, but she's far away and high, so it can't really be hurt. Yeah. Freya would be fine if she only had vertical dash. Having 2 other dashes is awful. What, you just want her to be able to go upwards? I think it's fine. I think this like triple tap is ridiculous. I think honestly you could take off like 15% of the damage on these bolts. Maybe give them a higher headshot multiplier and leave it at that. Because if you increase the headshot multiplier, it still rewards skill. You can still double tap. Make it so that you can double tap only with 1 headshot instead of just 2 bodies. What if you remove the scope and slow so you have to quickly aim when shooting? Well, that's the issue, right? Like, the entire hero is built around this. What about tying her arrow reset with the updraft, not a shift movement? Well, it's yeah. Well, the trouble is the updraft is the setup, right? And I like the updraft as a setup to say, you know what, you jump into the air, then you do a thing. I just think the 3rd shot and the fact that you don't have to have headshots is horrible. right? Like, just being able to double tap someone with bodies is just the most degenerate bullshit I've ever seen. And I don't think the character even needs a third shot if she's doing that, right? I think the third shot's probably okay for, like, generic play. But if you had two and you have to go back into this, then you had two. I think that's a much better flow for the character, right? So you do 2 shots, left click, 2 shots, left click, right? I think that's reasonable. But all they've really done is just, yeah. And then there's classic visual effects spam problem, which is just awful. Mobility plus lethality has always been historically toxic. Yeah. It's a hard one, guys. Like, I don't know how to fix this character. Well, I guess I do know how to fix the character. I just said probably just make it so you can only 2-tap. Yeah, I was actually really excited when Freya first came out. I thought they would be quite a good character. I was happy that they had a quite simple kit. But then I saw how complicated their kit became with perks. And I was like, I don't really want a complicated character with perks. I want a simple character. And then I saw how much damage you can do with the triple tap. And I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, and the ult really fast. That's the other one. I feel like Freya's are getting an extra, like... I feel like Freya's are getting an extra 2 ults per game compared to every other character. Even Tracer's not getting that much. She has a shitload of damage output. She doesn't have even a high, she doesn't even have a high ult cost. It's just hilariously bad. Like, already back up to 25. Yeah, it is difficult. I don't think the ult generation really flows into the kit. But I don't mind it as an addendum. It is an addendum, though. It's kind of like the whole Magneto thing where he's got his bubble thing and then he's got a shield as well. And you're like, well, that's redundant. And they're like, yeah, we made something redundant. That's cool. We can stand in the middle of the open. And I'm like, well, if you've got redundant things, maybe they shouldn't be there in the first place. Or maybe you should think about making them integrated into the kit. I don't know. This is a hard one. Anyway. As we were saying, Genji, ammo reduced to 24, projectile speed increased. Reduced to 24, projectile speed increased. That's a significant projectile speed increase. That's a big buff. Didn't we originally change the ammo up in order to be able to cut through the 250 health pools, right? I don't like playing around with stuff like projectile speed on these characters. I don't think it's a net buff. They did it by accident. What do you mean they did it by accident? Yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird one to me. Like, from Overwatch 2's release, they've always been upping projectile speed continuously. They've disincentivized any type of spam or any type of inaccurate stuff that incentivizes you to get closer. Basically, what they've done here, the actual change, is they've made Genji longer range. That's what they've done. The ammo increase was accidental. You fucking what, mate? They made it by accident? How do you make his ammo 30 by accident? What? What? I don't really like Genji threatening you from further away or doing more from further away. It was a bug, they just kept it at 30 after it. What the fuck? Man, yeah, that is a weird thing to accidentally do. But in Workshop, all the health bars are connected to the shield health bars, so I can only imagine what their code is behind the scenes, since they're the code they give out to us is so janky. I suppose their code must be janky as well. I don't envy anyone going into the Overwatch team and trying to work out what the fuck somebody did 10 years ago. And they changed this so back and forth. Yeah, I thought the point of the ammo was to account for the bigger health pools. They made him longer range and more bursty, I guess. I don't really think Genji threatening from longer range is good. I don't know. It makes the shots more intentional and means that realistically you are fully accurate at the end of your dash range. Genji had kind of like this this effect before where, like, if you're standing there, I won't put blue on blue, that's stupid. If you're standing there, you have a dash range of there, right? But you have this, like, gradation where the closer you get to the target, the more accurate you are. So it kind of like, it's a hard one to say, like, it's very skillful, because obviously skillful Genjis will be able to predict from a longer distance. But realistically, with projectiles, at a certain point, when there's instant movement back and forth this way and this way, it becomes a little bit more luck-based than otherwise. This stops you having to stage further forward in order to guarantee the damage onto the character. Makes Genji a lot longer range. I don't think I don't think I like making it so that Genji can stage from further away and do damage from him. They'll get used to this quite fast. For his most effective range, it shouldn't have impacted it too much. No, it does impact his effective range. Genji were always going a little bit closer than their dash range. They were always fighting around here. This was their like effective range before, around here. Now their effective range is kind of like moved back to here in terms of where they're going to be able to shoot. The idea was, if I'm running towards you, I'm gonna be actively moving forward in order to get more shots. I don't know. If they want 24 ammo, they better make it 28 damage at least. I'm not a breakpoint Andy. I think for the most part the game has enough stuff flowing around that I don't really mind about breakpoints. Is it currently 27? It doesn't change how you aim in the range he was effective in the past. What is a breakpoint Andy? When I say breakpoint Andy, I mean a person that obsesses over the numbers of X plus X plus X equal insta-kill. I think for the most part, unless you're purposely designing for insta-kills, there's enough random spam damage flying around in the game that you should be able to operate without the insta-kill, if you get what I mean. Why is that Andy? Because the people are quite obsessive over it. Andy's always meant to be the obsessive thing. Freedo claims that these things seem necessary because of all the mobility creep. Not that he necessarily agrees with them. It's a difficult one, sure. I mean, I think the problem is the average team comp nowadays has so much more mobility, and that's pretty obvious. I think everyone gets that now, and I don't think anyone's really happy with the situation. But yeah. Freedo still? Yeah, we're gonna talk about the October patch later. I don't know. I can't find massive problems. I think this is definitely a 5v5 change and not a 6v6 change. Once again, 6v6 suffering for the sins of the 5v5 fathers who need things like this in order to be able to operate. I think in 6v6, slower projectiles have a lot more reason to be there because they can be used for general spam into the enemy team. This is a lot more purposeful, and people like being a lot more purposeful with their shurikens. It's a hard one. Hanzo's been underperforming recently, so reverting his bow draw speed back to the original faster value. Sonic Disruption perk isn't picked very often, but increasing its duration will make it more useful and require less upkeep to control a health pack. What, the absolutely terrible perk? 30 seconds hack time? Jesus Christ. Man. That's just locking you out of it for the entire game just by firing one Sonic. I'll die on my anthill that 5v5 will only work if they change to 5 roles. The 2 extra being hybrids. Hanzo plus Sombra playing ball is impossible. I think it's just a really swingy perk. I think that's the problem with it. It's so niche, and it's now really good in that niche, and that kind of sucks. You don't really adapt to anything. You're on a map where you want to lock out a health pack, so you lock out the health pack. It's just, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I like this. Draw time reduced to 0.72. How does that feel? Yeah, that's more like the old. It's still a bit slower than it was before. Obviously, they completely gutted Hanzo. Hanzo feels a bit better now. They made it really slow originally. Hanzo, yeah, the draw time reduction, because they increased the draw time before when they gave back his insta-kill. That brings him closer to where he was. Anyone know what number he was at before? It feels like it's a bit slower still, but I'm not 100%. Your shots also stay loaded. That was a change a couple of patches ago, so that's another thing in his favor. I have no fucking idea why they removed it to begin with, but you know. Yeah, they're reverting his draw speed back to its original faster value, sure, but then again, I don't know if that was the original, like the last patch, with that original before the last patch, if you get what I mean. I thought it was a bit too strong at pushing high ground with it. I think that's kind of the Hanzo thing, though. He's got a wall climb and a bow. He's always going to be good at pushing high ground, right? Like that's kind of like his only niche. He's mid-range sniper. Well, I say it's his only niche. I mean, he literally does everything because they put rapid fire into the game, which is a terrible ability. But yeah, you know, our Hanzo rework I think is going really well. I'm quite happy with it. I think Hanzo perks are pretty fucking awful. I'm gonna be honest. I think they're pretty naff in general. But realistically, I don't know. I feel like if you give Hanzo a glint on fully charged arrows, he'll be a lot more healthy. Or like a gradation glint that just increases in brightness as he charges his arrow. Right now, I feel like the frustration is that low ranks get in-skilled without knowing they're going to get in-skilled. I think that's the frustration. Keep in mind, he can buffer the draw with a wall climb again. Yeah.
Witness the flame of my soul.
Is moving Doomfist back to tank something that you'll be doing anytime soon? I think that the trouble is I really dislike Doomfist tank. And I dislike it for the obvious reason that instant punch, just tapping you with a stun, is fucking awfully boring. It's horribly boring. And I dislike it for the fact that the left click is really inconsistent in its damage output, and so you can't react appropriately to it. And I dislike it in the fact that Empower Punch is the biggest absolute horseshit I've ever seen in a video game. So I'm in a bit where if I want him back in the tank category, I feel like I have to completely rework him. So yeah, that's Doomfist tank is a project. I hate Flash. Just deal with it, dude. Storm Arrow is awful and they haven't fixed armor. Yeah. Doomfist streamers don't even like the Empower Punch game loop either. Yeah, I think it's this big misunderstanding that tanks should... Well, it's not really a misunderstanding. It's a 5v5 necessity, right? Isn't it? That tanks should be able to generally stand on point with a survivability ability and just exist there, right? That's kind of like what is necessary for 5v5. But in 6v6, where tanks are essentially space creators more so, right? And they do it by maybe comboing somebody and moving them around and threatening them unless they move. Then you're in a situation where they're making the necessary changes for 5v5, but 5v5 demands things that are just horribly toxic for the game in general. And I think what's horribly toxic for the game in general is, first off, everyone being a bit more generalist and having loads of abilities that do multiple things and just being able to survive with every single character. And I also think what's absolute horseshit is this, right? Like, I think that's horseshit. Like, the fact that you can literally just insta-kill somebody if you land whole of the headshot, or if you land a body shot, you can't insta-kill them, and it takes fucking ages, and they have no way of telling whether you're going to be insta-killed or not. It's really toxic in my mind. It's really toxic. I don't like it. And I think I like Doomfist even worse, even less in 6v6, where it's less necessary. He's cosmetic right now as DPS in Pugs. Well, that's the question. Should we be making him less cosmetic? Only way I can tell is above plat the Dooms can actually do this. Yeah, well that's the thing. Shall I be putting my finger to the wind and just like crossing my fingers I don't die, or should I be instantly pressing my panic button? Right? Should I be nade the ground, or should I be relying on somebody else to be able to heal me so I survive? That's the question, and you'll never know because of fucking Doomfist. Yes, he has the uppercut back in his rework. Doomfist has uppercut back. He is in... It's a little bit janky. The hitbox is being changed around as we work it. We're trying to work out exactly how to make it feel good, if you get what I mean. Obviously, without the Blizzard code, because we're not allowed any nice things, without all of the things they do, which I'll be honest, shouldn't be that hard to port into Workshop, but they just don't, including perks. It's a little bit hard to do properly, but yeah. If I slam into a wall, I'm dead, so I've kind of learnt to position around that. Yeah, and I think that's actually interesting, personally, in terms of tanking. I think the fact that you're threatening somebody's space by what is behind them is kind of cool. I don't actually mind that. I can understand why somebody would mind that, but I think the fact that you are threatening them more if they're in a certain area, I think is a cool way of tanking. Like, the whole point of tanking is that you're threatening people based on where they stand. So yeah. Can't we import uppercut animation from Classic? Oh, you sweet summer child. No, we cannot do that. Was it possible to have the air charge on Slam? I guess it would be possible. Yeah, I don't think it's practically doable, but I think it's possible. Right. So Hanzo, yeah, probably necessary. The draw speed reduction. I don't really have a problem with that. He was basically a dead pick. So yeah. Thought the mechanic was cool with the slam. Yeah, I thought that was cool too. I think it was a bit too peaky, if you get what I mean. It led into a lot of jank on the character, and I understand the character was the jank, but then again, it's a little bit awful to be killed by, so yeah. They could have done other things to make it less bad. Great Farah. Drift thrusters and concussive implosion have been too consistent at securing kills. These adjustments will give better opportunities for counterplay when fighting against these perks. Drift thrusters, minor perk. Movement speed while using barrage reduced by 20%. Sure, that was probably necessary. The barrage movement was crazy. It basically completely removes the negative for the ult. Distant pulls reduced by 50%. Cool. The reason why the reason why the pull was better than the push, guys, is pretty simple. Have you ever tried to balance a plate on a fork and just like, or maybe a stick and just hold it out? Right? That's kind of like what you're doing instead of just like dangling it. It's a hard one, right? If you have this, that falls over, but if you just hold it, it's fine. So basically what you're doing is you're trying to predict where they're going to be and where they're going to move to, instead of just saying, well, they're going to move towards here if they're in this area. Instead, you're going, well, I have to aim here, and they have to be here in order to push them this way, right? You're selecting a stuff. So it's obviously more powerful. I think that's a good change. I think that's a good change. I'm happy with these two. No real notes. We're aligning the recovery of dire triggers with Reaper's primary fire to improve the flow when alternating between the two. Well, my point for dire triggers is dire triggers doesn't need to exist, and I'm unhappy that it does exist. I don't really think it's cool in any way. I think it's kind of boring. So recovery reduced from... That's a significant reduction. That was kind of like the only negative. Wow. So it's now just in your rotation. That is significantly better. Wow. The only downside to dire triggers before was that you're gambling on the shot. Now you're not gambling on the shot. That's just actually significantly better. Layer it with your primary fire. No, it needs to take basically Reaper's on global cooldowns now, and you can press the right click. More burst damage on a burst heavy hero, yay! When it was like 1 whole second recover, it was kind of ass, to be honest. Yeah, it was kind of ass, but it was an adaptation to a certain scenario where you could aim further. You sound depressed that they did a good change. Do you think this is a good change? I don't think dire triggers needs to exist. Like, sure, it was bad before, but there's like no delay now whatsoever. So now you're just playing better Reaper, right? Like I'm not going crazy, right? You're just playing better Reaper. Is it a good change to ability that shouldn't exist? I think there should be a small delay still. Currently, there's no delay. I think there should be like maybe a 0.1 second like noticeable delay extra in there. So I think like 0.6 would have been the appropriate sweet spot. So there's an upside and a downside. Right now, it's just something you throw into the rotation. It's just better damage. That's what it is. There's no upside or downside. Before it was like, well, it makes it so you can't shoot for a second. So when they're running away, you do the shot. Now you just do the shot whenever you're going to be able to hit it. So yeah. It used to be a peak in the pressure. Now it's just part of the pressure in itself. Yeah, I'm not happy with this one, I'm going to be honest. It was useless, but it needed to be done in a way that was interesting. I think this is a boring way to do it, but yeah. Soldier. Stimpak's button mapping made it difficult to activate, especially in combat. Binding it to weapon swap improves the control scheme, and removing the anti-heal makes it less punishing to use. Now deals 75 self-damage on use. What? So Stimpak now just does an anti-you? When they say weapon swap, is it like pressing 2 button? I don't think I have a weapon swap button. It's like I've changed all of these. Yeah, I don't have a scroll wheel. Obviously, my scroll wheel's rebound to something else. Why would I have my scroll wheel bound to change weapon? I just press 2 when I need to. I'm gonna have to remap my binds. You know, I'm just doing it for Soldier Scream. Well, it says it is up. Maybe the global ones are overriding it. That's the sound for push to talk, isn't it?
Come here and I'll heal you.
How could you possibly remap the change weapon button on Soldier? It was so useful before. I'm sorry. Is it in communication, why is push to talk on that? The hell? Oh, there you go. Okay. I have no idea why push to talk was bound to that. That makes no sense. So how strong is Stimpak now?
Not good enough.
Ridiculously good, I think is the answer. How much is the buff for Stimpak? Let's just swap off and have a look. Why the minus 75? Is to make it so that Soldier's incredibly OP if he has a healer on him. Kappa Kappa. So what is the attack speed and reload speed is 30% for 4 seconds. That's just really, really good, right? It's really, really good. It's a nerf without pocket heals. Yeah, I think it brings it into a space where you actually have a choice. Before, I think Stimpak was strictly better in most scenarios. Now you're choosing to sustain in an area, right? Or you're choosing to do more damage in an area, and the choice is based off of whether you have a pocket at the time. I think Stim's really good with pocket heals now, though. It just basically removed all the downside. If you're near a health pack, you just activate it. It's a lot of damage. The control change is nice. Yeah, the control change is nice. I agree. I think that's really good. Still going for legs? It's a fair point. Still going for legs? Okay.
I've got you in my sights.
Okay, yeah. You can pre-heal Soldier with Kiri if he gets Stimpak. Yeah. That's what I'm feeling. I feel like the Kiri Soldier hit squad's going to be running around. Controls were horrid. Yeah, because you had to choose an option, right? The controls were horrid beforehand. I think this is significantly better. Good quality of life change. I'm a little worried that this is too good though. Soldier's already like pretty pretty close to being good, right? Like, he's not good, but he's pretty close to it. Yeah, like, this is a little worrying to me. Dialogue tree mid-match. What, like perks in general? If Zarya have the passive heal perk, she full heals soldier up. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be, am I being pocketed? If I'm being pocketed, I use the damage one. The ranks is good and he feels horrible already. I don't know, dude. I feel like this is very close to being good enough. It's a good perk now. I think they've made it a lot more healthy. I think it might be too good. I'm a bit worried that it's too good, but honestly, I think Soldier's one of the characters that I'm actually quite happy to be healthy. At least the character's still relatively simple in the way that they work, right? Instead of being horribly complicated like the other characters. It's only 20% speed and reload can be performed while sprinting. Yeah. That is so fast. That is ridiculously fast. Yep. Okay. I don't think I'm horribly against this. I think it's probably okay. A little bit concerned that it's too good, but yeah. Hi, Amathos. Any opinions on Moira not getting any changes for 8 to 9 months straight? The answer is that it doesn't really matter because Moira's not a character that Blizzard care about. She's killed by season 9 like most of the support cast, so most of the joy in the support cast have been taken away from me by season 9. I will say that the tank role probably feels a bit better with season 9. The DPS role feels actively worse with season 9. Support role feels actively worse with it. So we're in a situation where like we're all losing out anyway, so unless it gets reverted, DPS passive and health pools, I'm not really interested in playing season 9. Tank felt worse with season 9, but the tank gigabuff patch made it feel better. Which season that was? Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Invisibility is a frustrating mechanic to play against for many, so we've increased the windows for counterplay. Sombra will now take longer to exit stealth and to disappear after taking damage. Exit stealth and disappear after taking damage.
In my world, there are no secrets.
Shoot me! So that reveal lasts longer. Exit stealth. Well, hack is still instant exit. Fade in time increased. Is there any fade in time at all? I guess the virus is the most obvious one. Yeah, so that is a big change of fade in time. I think that's healthy. I think I'm happy with the fade in time. Like, I'll be honest, Sombra was literally just unreactable before, unless you are full concentrating. I don't know if people want to full concentrate on a video game. If people want to be able to come home after a long day and play the video game. It doesn't really address the core issues why people are banning her. Sure, I mean, it does address them a little bit. I mean, the unreactability of Sombra is one of the reasons why people are banning her. I think the character is just a kit entirely full of toxicity, right? Like, the stealth is toxic, the hack is toxic, the virus is toxic, and the virus interacting with the hack is toxic, and I think the character in general is in the worst state historically it's ever been in, right? I don't think the character's in a good state at all. I think it's actually really bad. But then again, like, we did that whole talk about 6 months ago, and Blizzard has took what I would consider to be 0 notes from that. So here we are with Sombra again, because we got a fucking virus. She's fun to play, though. Sure, yeah. I mean, you always have to weigh how fun things are to play against how much joy they take away from other people, though. That's kind of like the whole point of design, isn't it?
I
To have a not get banned, you might need to wreck the character to get past community perception, and then slowly buffer into a healthy spot again. Yeah, I mean, their rework fucked the character, right? And then they left it to the community to balance themselves by selecting out the character, because the character is so ridiculously unhealthy that we really don't have anything left. Counters Hammond strongly enough that I'll never not ban him first? Yeah, of course. Of course. And there's no reason whatsoever. On God's green earth, there's no reason that Blizzard have not made it so that hack does not take ball out of ball form. What the fuck are we talking about? It's been like 6 years of this. Like, what are we doing? It's not particularly confusing. Just make his grapple untracked from wherever it is, and don't bring him out of ball form. It's not particularly confusing. My issue is their refusal to abandon the current players who drop her if she got unreworked or changed again. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty obvious. Unfortunately, it's a problem of their own making, right? At least with Hog, that's a legacy problem. This is a specific Overwatch 2 problem. So, and also the natural. If we mentioned Sombra, I have to say, look what they did to my girl. What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are we doing? Why does this exist? Why does this exist? Like, come on. Like, what are we doing? Can we just have it, like, actually be reasonable instead of have it just be, like, what are we doing, guys? Blizzard? Like, what is this? Why are we doing this? Why didn't we just do it properly instead of making it just like this, I don't know, just like weird, awkward kind of like a hack. Like, you got your support, Sombra. We never have to address this again. And we made it really shit. What? You got your shit support, Sombra. What are you complaining about? Oh, you're always asking for something, you people. Right? We gave you the thing you wanted. Piss off. Right? That's basically the interaction. So, yeah. Sombra players complain that it interferes with them hacking enemies in Brawl. Yeah, there was that whole thing of don't pick any perks on Sombra when perks first came out, because the white hat was bad, and what was the alternative? I forgot what the alternative was when Sombra first came out. Still like the tracking on the hero. Her launch was Invis CC character who sets up kills but isn't too lethal on her own. Now it's come out of Invis and deal tons of damage, which had the design I thought they were avoiding. One might think that was the design they were avoiding. Apparently they watched 2 devs. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. So, yeah. Yeah. It's a hard one. It's always a hard spot. I don't think this Sombra is ever going to be stealthy. I think this is a positive change to make them more stealthy, but again, people are just going to keep banning it. They're like, this isn't going to change the perception in any way, shape, or form. Can you even play the classic mode in customs? I don't know. So Widow. Widow's a more map-dependent hero than most, and now with hero bans restricting her usefulness, we're looking to make her more viable in more situations. What? Sorry? Maximum spread reduced from 3 to 2 degrees. Damage increased from 13 to 14. Venom Mine bonus damage increased from 50% to 100%. What the fuck are they doing? I'm gonna get the reticle up. You're on HUD. That is not the default crosshair. That is not the default crosshair. That's not the default crosshair. Come on, guys. What are we talking about here? What? Why doesn't it just go to the... Oh, because it's like... Okay. I guess we reduce the thickness. Why isn't that spreading? That's on. Thickness? No. Outline thickness? No, that's not anything. Why isn't it spreading? I want to be able to see the bloody range. What are you doing? Oh, it's spreading. It's just taking a while. It was one of those things that never got buffed when they did the Season 9. Use that arrow? Yeah. Let's just check how much damage this Venom Mine 1 is doing. Give me the orb! Well, I guess I'll just have to kill enemies for the orb. Okay. 100% increased damage in a second charge.
You walked straight into it.
What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? We're just gonna make it so you can't move a Widow out of position? That would one-shot a pre-season 9 Tracer? What are we doing? Come on. I think it's an effect. No way it stacks. No way it stacks. Nah, that can't stack, right? No. No, good. Of course it doesn't stack. No. What are we doing, though? That gun is weird and ugly? Yeah, it's pretty weird and ugly, man. See, the thing is, what you do by increasing the amount of damage, right? What you're doing is you got this much of a health bar, right? And so Venom Mine normally does that much. Before we were increasing it to like 50% more, which is there. Now we're increasing it to there. What we've done is proportionally, we've actually decreased the health bar by a significant amount. Right, so when you're doing the left click damage in order to top off the hero, what we've done is we've reduced the amount by a significant percentage, meaning that there's a significant percentage less left click that you need in order to finish somebody, making it so that you can finish someone pretty damn easily. Like this is crazy. So. Right on soldier. That's body shots only from that range. Oh, sorry, that wasn't with the perk. Oh, these fucking 5v5 ass changes, man. Oh. Anyway, so it's official. It's official, guys. Blizzard has given up. They are no longer balancing the game. Apparently, it is now our job to balance their video game for them by banning certain heroes. Exactly what I said would happen the moment that hero bans came out. The hero bans give bad incentives to developers to actually fix the problems in their game. So now they're just going to assume that on any poke map, Widow gets banned. If the poke map doesn't have Widow banned by pure happenstance or people miss the ban, do you know what happens? You have to fucking suffer through like Widow that can just murder anyone that gets on her. I mean, it's not a great increase for the tank getting on her, but I'll be honest, when the tank got on a Widow, it was pretty much the tank throwing half the time anyway. Like, there's so many games where Widow has like 30 deaths and the team still wins because the Bull's spending 100% of their time following a Widow. Now we have to ban the Widow or it gets worse and the DPS can't even deal with the Widow. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Why are we banning the why are we fixing the game for you? So now on theoretically Widow's better on more close range maps, I guess. Which, like, I'd agree. I think some power needs to be taken out for scope shots and put into a normal click. But all that does is make it so that if the bans miss, we have a fucking awful experience. So yeah, Widow is now 100% permaban, even on the closer range maps, I think. And you have one less ban slot in total. You have no choice. You have to ban Widow. You will ban Widow, and you will like it, Blizzard says. No room for mercy. Yeah, you've got to ban Sombra and Widow now. We now get to abuse Widow even in maps where she doesn't get banned. I think this is just going to increase the amount of bans, though, Zenzo. Imagine, like, the 1 in 10 maps where Widow doesn't get banned, and they're just a fucking immortal god that, like, if you're a Genji and you jump on a Widow, you better fucking be hitting that Venom Mind Word dash. Like, you better be, because holy shit, like, you ain't getting through here very easily. Sombra's not worth a ban. People don't ban Sombra for being worth a ban, though. Mercy, Freya, Widow? Yeah, so it's definitely Widow and definitely Freya still. I think Freya's just as toxic as Freya was before in terms of bans. Mercy, yeah, I do like banning Mercy because Mercy specifically targets all Mercy mains on the enemy team, and there's a good chance of them losing the game automatically by them not knowing how to play another character, which I think is very funny. Yeah, people ban Sombra because they don't want to play against it. Yeah. I do think the changes to Sombra are positive. Holy shit, like, what are they doing? Why are we now fixing the game for them? This is awful. Like, they're literally admitting in this that they're doing exactly the thing I said they would do when they started putting hero bans in the game. I'm like, oh man, in future, maybe they're not going to balance things because we can just ban it out. And then they, like, respond to that by immediately doing it. It's been like 2 months, man. Yeah, so we can just make things broken because it's your job now. We are not the balance department. We are the, well, they've outsourced the balance department to the players. Support, I guess. Let's go through the support. Iliari often has to move into high-risk position to heal effectively. Extending the range of a healing beam will give her more flexibility in how she positions and supports her team. Am I unhappy about this? No, I don't think I'm unhappy about this. There's quite a lot of jank in her kit that makes her a little bit awkward to play. I think the range increase is fine. I will say that the actual healing from it is crazy, like absolutely crazy. Does it enjoy? I like it. Yeah, she was a little awkward. I'm not sure I agree with the logic. They are doing a shit job of balancing, but they haven't given up on the idea of balancing. What does this say, random? Widowmaker is more map-dependent hero than most, and now with hero bans restricting her usefulness, we're looking to make her viable in more situations, right? Like, they have admitted that they are purposely unbalancing her in places where they, where she's more useful, right? They're admitting that they're purposely overpowering her in certain situations if you don't ban her. Anyway, I haven't said they're doing a shit job of balancing. I said, okay, from the top, let's go through it. I don't like Hazard by default. I think the change is fine. I think that change is good for 6v6, and I'm happy with it. I think this is only necessary for 5v5, and I think it makes the game worse by a small degree in 6v6. I think this is good, but not in the correct direction. I think it's a good band-aid fix for now. I think this is fine. I mean, I don't like the idea of Genji being able to threaten from higher range, but this is what they've been doing continuously, and they have to do that in 5v5 when the spam damage and other stuff like that is less common, and you can't get as close because there's a hazard controlling half the map. I think this is positive. I said very explicitly that it's positive. I think this is positive. I said that positive. I am good with this. I'm not good with it. I think this is negative because there's no downside to ever pressing it, and there's no real choice to be made. I think that is concerning, but like very healthy. I think that is good. I think that is bad. So there's only actually 2 things here that I disagree with. Just don't agree with saying they've given up on balancing. They've certainly given up on balancing Widow. Do you think they haven't given up on balancing Widow with that logic? They aren't even shifting her power around. They're outright increasing it. So even in maps where she isn't supposed to excel, she can do well. Yeah. I think it's a bad plan, but there's still a plan. Yeah, the plan is for the players to balance for them. That's the plan, right? You're missing the point. If she gets banned 100%, then they can automate the Widow ban and effectively remove her from the game. we don't ever have to balance Widow. We're just playing with 3 ban slots instead of 4 now. And on the rare occasion that somebody forgets to ban Widow, everyone has a terrible experience for one game. Yeah. No doubt. I think you used too much hyperbole. My dude, like, specifically in this, they have given up on balancing this character. They are purposefully unbalancing her. It says it there. What do you mean? Saying they've given up on balancing, specifically Widow, is not hyperbole. They are purposely overpowering them to make the ban necessary. Is balancing to make a hero less map dependent? Yes, but it also increases the power of the hero on every map. So they are just a map dependent, just sometimes they won't get banned on the maps where they are less good, right? And don't get me wrong, like I think that increasing this power is good. I think they've just given up on the idea that they can balance Widow on maps that are long range, right? They just said, fuck it, you're balancing the hero on maps that are long range, so we'll increase it the close range by default. But that makes it better on the maps that are long range too. Probably increasing the power into other areas to get people used to the short-range playstyle, then they nerf the range and it won't be such a shock to people. I hope so, yeah, I hope so, Maxi. I hope this isn't just a, we're going to shunt the problem off on the players and make you always have to ban a hero. I hope so. Okay, let's continue. I don't think I'm being too cynical here. I think I'm being quite positive about half the changes. Maybe it's my tone. Range increase, that's fine. I think I'm happy with that. I think that's actually pretty good. Illari always wanted to play on off angles from main. Always wanted to play there, but always felt kind of awkward playing there, so yeah. Lifeweaver, the opportunity cost to use Form Volley is too high compared to consistently charging Healing Blossom. We're removing the auto charge, improving the auto charge to make weaving damage between healing less punishing. I think this is a positive change for him in 5v5 and 6v6. I'm happy with this. Actually quite happy for this with our mode too. Do you know the original time that we did this, and we did this like the auto charge before Blizzard did the auto charge. By the way, Blizzard, when we did this, we actually had the auto charge rate approximately where it is now on our first iteration. I think it might have been a little bit faster, but the auto charge rate was, I think, a tiny bit faster than this. But they're slowly over the course of like 3 years balancing this character to the way that we thought it should be balanced like a year and a half ago, or maybe a year ago, which is quite funny. Super Bloom change. I like the Super Bloom change. A bit concerning that this is going to make Lifeweaver really good. But then again, it's just quality of life changes. I actually really like both of these changes. As people discovered the other night when I took the SR off of a couple of people in the Discord by playing DPS Lifeweaver. They thought they were being funny. I remember a diva coming into a room with me and regretting their fucking choices. Because Super Bloom was just rocking and they just died before they could kill me. If your patch line is a prophesized one, can you give Tracer 50 HP? Yeah, I didn't see why. So yeah, I'm happy with the Lifeweaver changes. I think 20 was really cumbersome and awkward. I don't even think it needs to be as high as 16. I'd rather yeah, I don't think it even needs to be as high as 16. I think 14 would be fine for the ability. If the I really wish that the individual thorns got their damage reduced and the super bloom. I wish the super bloom did more damage, if you get what I mean. So it was a little bit more punchy. What Lifey was really missing is the ability to do a big burst like that. And yeah, I'm actually quite happy. Really, really positive change to the character. Is it a perk? Yeah, super bloom. It's the major perk. Red has not been around very much. Again, like Lifeweaver's this guy that kind of exists off of having this massive health bar and like a massive heal on him. I don't think that's a healthy way for the character to be. I'd obviously rather the character be a little bit more like ours, which is 2 dashes, 2 petals, low health, low healing, and just exists off of being able to move about. But it's a hard one. Gave up with perks. The game isn't breedable anymore. I think a lot of people did. Yeah, so I think I don't give a shit about Stadium. Stadium is what it is. The balance patches basically don't matter because keeping track of that shit is almost impossible. So I'm pretty happy. I'm concerned about the way that they're going with balancing or whatever. Like, that's concerning. But then again, maybe this change and this change, the Sombra and the Widow, complement each other. Maybe they're trying 2 things. Maybe these are the 2 characters getting banned. So they're like, okay, fuck it. Let's across the board buff one, across the board nerf another. And see what happens to the ban rates if that goes. Maybe they're just doing a test here, right? Because that's pretty obviously what's happened. Like, one gets nerfed, one gets buffed. Maybe they're just testing it out. That's the positive way of spinning it. Hopefully this is doesn't stay in the game for an extended period of time. I feel like just going and playing melee-based Widow. Unfortunately, melee-based Widow requires you to get a level 3 perk, which only happens for like 5% of the game half the time. And on some maps it just doesn't happen anyway, but yeah. They're trying something. Maybe it works horribly, but you can't say they're ignoring it. I didn't say they're ignoring it. I said they're shunting off the balancing onto the player, which is still true regardless of whether what they're doing is okay or not in practice. Widow better than Genji now, close range. At least she got more ammo. The spread is a massive change for Widow. 50% of the spread is massive. But yeah, also it's another one of the creep things where the diversity of things in the game is being reduced over time. You see like the projectile speed increase, where else? The spread decrease, the range increase. All of these things go in like one direction, which is the homogenization of abilities. Everything in 5v5 has to be faster projectiles, lower spread, because you have to be able to 1v1 more often in 5v5 than you necessarily have to in 6v6. There's less to contribute to the game when you are not 1v1ing in 5v5 compared to 6v6. So this is kind of like a trend that you see across the years in Overwatch, which I think is a generically negative trend for the game because it allows less interesting things to exist in the game. I think bans are more like cooperating with the player to balance, since only players can determine accurately what field-based changes are needed, since it's such a large pool of people. I don't think only players can determine. I think you can determine it accurately through basic understanding of the game design space. I think, sure, like, you can't get a really accurate reading, but I think you can easily get 90% of the way there. And I don't think bans are universally negative. I've never said they're universally negative. I said I'm really concerned about them because I think things like this will end up happening, right? And they'll shunt off some of the work onto the player and make the experience worse when the character isn't banned. And obviously there are a couple of other downsides, like not being able to pick your hero, having a longer match start time that I don't like. But the positives of being able to have some authority over your own experience is a major positive. And the positive of being able to remove things that are kind of like currently really problematic, but in a way that wasn't predictable from the devs, right? Give them a lot more flexibility. So I've talked about the positives and negatives of hero bans before. I'm just a bit concerned that this is going to be a thing that happens continuously. Anyway, what we doing? No 6v6 balance, GG. The 6v6 balance is the 5v5 balance, let's be honest. They've given up on it.
I always deliver.
Harder to gather data with a dev team alone. See, the thing is, when you're trying to work out what's true about your game, you should be coming up with a hypothesis, testing the hypothesis, seeing how close you are to actually getting the thing right. That's basically what you should do. It's very hard to tell if the developers are doing that or if they're just throwing things out there, right? And estimating based off play. You shouldn't be data gathering in order to determine what you do. You should be data gathering to determine if the thing you just did was correct and then doing something better in future based off of the data you've gathered, right? You should be predicting, not reacting, in my opinion. And obviously, I feel like Blizzard has always been reacting instead of predicting. Obviously, they've done a certain proportion of predicting in there. Adjusted nade cooldown separately and called it that. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Let's do some October patch. Where is my October patch? Is it an arcade? Where's the October patch? I'm ranked? Ah, there you go. Damage 5-minute queue. Tank 1-minute queue. All of the tank... It's a funny thing. I'm pretty sure the reason why the tank queues are always higher for modes that basically are temporary is because it takes quite a while to onboard a tank player base into a mode. Like, speaking for me personally, I quite enjoy playing tank. I play it quite often. But if I'm going into a mode where I don't really remember what's happening, I kind of want to do either a DPS job or an AFK support job, right? Do other people agree? Like, I kind of just want to be able to exist in the October patch and not have to sweat it out on tank or be able to predict, like, forward and backwards intricately. 0.5 seconds shield recall cooldown feels like a drug. Ah, yeah, the old Sigma. If they just reduced his shield health, I think that would have been fine. Now I've got to remember what actually was in the October patch. Why are there no tank players? Oh, shit. There's 8 tanks and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 DPS players. Shit. I forgot it was that big a disparity. Literally more than double the amount of DPS picks and tank picks. Oh Christ. At least the support category has a lot of variety in it. Yeah, border specialist, 2 main tanks. I guess you could call Orisa a main tank. Count support. Support's quite low. Support's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whereas tanks at 8. And by the way, I've talked about this a couple of times. Yeah, support's at 7, whereas tanks at 8. The reason why support was always more populous is because the tank has like 2 categories in it. It has main tank and off tank. And arguably you could say that 1, 2, 3 characters can kind of fit into the main-ish tank role, even though Sigma's obviously an off tank. But yeah, like, Jesus Christ. I'm going to play Orisa. Doesn't it have his old voice line for grasp and shield? Yeah. Yeah, boy. Yeah. Oh, shit. It's the October patch, not the pre-October patch. I've got to remember. Are there any supports on my team? Are there any supports on the team? She's in spawn. There, OS, boy. Oh, they're alive! They're alive! Oh, and they left the game. Oh, we got somebody else. Yeah, they must have got timed out. They must have got timed out. I miss all these old character portraits. Look how weak these shields are. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Yeah! Get that bubble on him. Yeah, give me some juice. Where's my team? Where's my team? Is anyone actually out of spawn on my team? Let's bubble him. Guys, are we enjoying the MOBA team pop builder? Okay, so Orisa ult is still degenerate. I'm just gonna confirm that Orisa ult is still ridiculous and needed to be changed still. I have a bull screwing around in the backline. Oh, look at that turning speed on Reinhardt. Love it. You have to actually aim it. Oh my god, having to actually aim it. People hate having to actually aim. I'm just looking at my health bar, seeing it not go up. By the way, they have not fixed. This is not the October patch. Do you know why? Because that cart's only healing me by like 2 per second. Look at the cart healing, right? It's barely anything. What are you doing? Why did you might? Sorry, I forgot this is quick play. What? Oh, I got rock jump before hitting the wall. Playing ball 76. I don't know, man. I don't mind aiming rain charge if it's consistent. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think the rain charge, having to charge around corners and other stuff like that is really, really nice. I actually quite like it. Anyone gonna? Ah, man. Well, the cart's healing me. At least the cart's healing me. Oh! Yeah! I'd be pulling my hair out. Man, I can't believe Double Shield did this to me. What's happening? I hit the ball to use a grapple once. I don't know, dude. Man, playing with 5 players really does make Double Shield difficult. Oh. Oh, there's a Bastion. Wait, that didn't take my ult. Oh, team's dead. Team's dead. Back to spawn. Look at the pool, man. Look at the pool. It's yeah, at least I keep my ult. Oh, I just vanished. This guy. Fucking minefield the point again. Oh, we got trans. Get him. Get him. Get him. Oh, I'm bad. I'm bad. Get him. Get him. Ah, what the fuck was that charge? Oh, we lose because people are just standing nearish the point. I would like some coaching for the ball, man. Well, that's an experience.
Play of the game.
Oh man, this feels good. Just murdering us spawn. Peanut's just standing at the back, just doing nothing. I can't believe Freedo would do this to me. Anyone want to queue it with me? If anyone wants to come queue, get on. I'm gonna pop the loot. If you want to queue. We're going to be doing this for like, I'm probably going to play this for like half hour to an hour, and then we'll do the Freedo response. I really need to get like a hang of support DPS and tank. No kink shaming. What pervert put the bare foot on the front screen? They sure know what they're doing, don't they? Sure, Inguz, I will join your group. Anyone wants to play, join up. Got time for one game? Cool, cool, cool. First 6 people that get here. Oh god, that was fast. Flute, Rogue, Placid, Inguz. I'm gonna go to talk channel. Hey dude.
Yo, yo, yo.
How's it going, lads?
I was watching that, it was great. I don't think he got more than 100 HP not to. He's literally just sitting in the corner shooting their shields pointlessly. It presses E every like 20 seconds. Like, oh yeah, I have this adaptive shield one.
Fucking ulting the point. He was controlling
I watched.
space.
He did not use. He never used grapple a single time.
Man, I'm gonna say tank for a bit. Don't know who wants to join me.
I will let the wheel decide.
I'll buff Widow. 10 million more Widow buffs.
I'm really curious as to what Freedo's opinion on this is. His title is Rose Tinted Overwatch 2020 retrospective rant.
I mean, it's probably just gonna be a response to like Sam's video about Seagull being like, October 2020 was the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, it's literally like they just fix it for like 3 weeks, dude. And then after that they brought out the Baptiste buff.
Dude, I had a Paris. It was like so annoying because my Zarya had like no bubble timing. I mistime my jump slightly. Their cast flashes me as I'm jumping into my bubble, and I ended up just like bunny hopping out of my bubble in front of 5 people stunned. I just die instantly.
He definitely played one game, got rolled like Realth did, then made a vid. Yeah, probably. I wonder how long a 6-stack queue is gonna take. Oh, I can open my loot box on stream. People love that shit. Legendary loot box, guys. Are you all excited?
I mean, I'm still excited about loot boxes just because it's the only way I can get the Maestro Sigma skin. That's the only reason. Once I get that skin, I'm done with loot boxes. I
only got Mercy skin. So, oh yeah, we get to play the favorite map, Hadamura.
Yeah.
Like if that loot boxes weren't the only way I could get that Overwatch 1 Sigma skin, I would not care about them at all. You know what? I'm going to be the annoying guy in Bastion. Asking. Time for our old Sombra.
And I'll be the prick playing Brick.
Last time I tried this, Reactionary told me I should probably swap because I had like 300 damage after 5 minutes. I think it's a hater, Realth. What do you think?
I mean,
we're playing dive backline. Let's go double bubble. Full double bubble.
I mean, I'll be real here, Placid. That's you on literally any DPS, so I mean, it doesn't really make a difference, right?
What? I think you're just a hater.
Freedo's diamond, he's irrelevant, unlike our diamond Realth. Yeah, alright. Yeah, okay, alright.
Hell yeah.
Simmer down,
Permanent
guys.
Invis. That's where it's at, baby.
I mean, Freedo is probably gonna say, "Oh, tanks die so quick, it's super bad." Ooh.
Where's the DPS passive? I need my comfort blanket.
Boy.
Okay, guys, they will be playing double shield. I will hold right click on their Sigma, and we will win.
Okay, it's just that simple.
I
course.
need the Reaper to kill people.
Uh,
Yay! Ryan there, yeah.
Thanks for the bubble.
hold up, give me a second.
Ah, take a detour.
Me too.
Oh.
Oh, freeloading.
I really need this one.
No problem.
Ah, that's a wall. Oh shit, I'm bad. Sorry. 1 HP,
Alright,
literally
you wanna
1
get this
HP.
on us, Luke?
No.
Actually, no, they're peeling back. They're peeling back. They're peeling back.
Yeah, yeah.
Run.
They coming from here. I'm beating them.
There are two. Luke's
Our
going that way.
Sombra has not hacked this. Why can't I
Yeah, I
right
know.
click the enemies? Definitely feel the lack of the healing passive.
Yes. Flashbang, right click. Very fun, very interesting gameplay.
I'm just gonna go point.
I'm gonna go hack this house back over here while you guys are doing that.
Maybe not.
So, okay. I'll go touch for to come back a little bit.
Alright,
Whoop! Kill him! Kill him! Oh my god, that nade! That fucking nade!
I hacked the right heart shield. I hacked the
Sexy.
right heart shield. See guys, I did
Okay.
200 damage and I carried the fight.
I can't believe we just RPG team comp builded them.
Yeah.
Thought we were doing
We'll go
Disco
left back,
Elysium. So Disco Elysium been moved to Mondays. Reason for that is Friday. More people are available on Friday for like a regular stream. We're doing classic, then we're gonna watch Freedo's response to well, Overwatch classic.
Alright, let me get this.
Jumping window. I actually just missed the window.
No hook, no hook, no hook.
Ah! I missed. I'm.
Alright, I'm looking.
I'm a
hack
feeder.
around on 3, 2, 1.
I can give you.
Nice. Hacking their hog.
Oh, I had to jump down. Sorry.
Get back to spawn hog. Gas.
You guys look like you're a couple. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm gonna
this is
reset.
winnable.
Hog hack. Might have.
Okay.
You guys think they'll let me back half them?
What are you on about? My juggling was incredible. Jump into the window frame we need. No, got that.
Their maze alone over. The maze isolated over here, by the way. If you guys want to get her. Oh, wait, the Ryan's here. The Ryan's here now. Right?
Oh no,
Yeah, look.
No, cat Ryan Cass here.
no grapple delay
The
when you
entire
despawn.
the gang is here.
EMP time.
Oh, whoa, what?
Oh, Rope plays cool sometimes. It's actually good. Yeah.
Okay,
The
Rough
hog.
gets handsome ball. That's crazy.
Cast one.
The Ryan's over here, by the way.
Oh. How do you even get there? Did you just walk out of spawn? He's in the mega room? I can't believe we lost after I killed 2. You guys all suck at the video game.
You should have killed 6, man. You're an embarrassment.
Where were you after you killed 2?
Dude, they're all over here. There's 4 of them. All 5 of them are here. They're all here, man. They're all here looking for me.
No, I'm cheating. So guys, I thought I could boot them off, but no. We should do a bait. You should unstealth near the ledge, and then
Okay. Hold up. I got this. Guys, look, it's Sombra.
yeah, it used to be the armor health was a different color yellow than armor over health was a different color yellow than regular.
You guys, or else I don't think
Great.
they're falling through. Hold up. Guys, look. Wait, they're not here.
What a fucking charge, man! This Ryan pin is just like so massive. Just pulls me in from any angle. It just teleports me like 3 foot to the right.
Just getting
I can't remember Rhyme Pin being a vortex of doom in October patch. You walked right into the right? No, I didn't. You saw it there.
let's go.
Wall up.
Right. May behind. Why me?
Ow. It's okay, Ralph. I
Melee
got
him!
some flash out.
Look, I'm doing the bull thing that the other bull did.
See you guys?
I'm okay at the video game. No! I'm out. I'm good.
I'm back, guys.
Okay, I did a fair amount there. I'm looking at the I'm looking at the tab screen. I'm doing okay.
They're here. You guys are all here. They're all here.
You get frozen faster, pay to lose. Yeah, maybe.
How much do you want to?
Nope.
Right above, probably gonna fly.
Cast low.
God, I love being able to press E and I'm just instantly saved from whatever shit I just got myself in. This is great.
Leave me alone, May. What are you doing?
Oh my god.
May.
Trying to hack the call.
Go Ryan.
Dude, I
Just
can't
kill Ryan.
hack
Just
this
kill
guy.
Ryan. Yes, mines.
I'm farming this guy for EMP. Okay, I got EMP for the next guy who touches. We're blowing them up.
You sure behind?
Nope. Go back round.
Alright.
Oh, that's an accident. Kill May.
Oh, I didn't mean to translocate that wood.
May. I'm being followed around by a Cass who's found the hammer and neon cord out.
No breather, I can't.
Cass. Hog side. Some midpoint.
Reloading. Oh, bummer.
Mines!
Oh, sorry. I have to walk all
Well,
the way around.
I did as much as I could. I blame the DPS players.
I got the EMP. You guys just
Yeah,
take
same.
kill, though.
I blame my DPS players as well.
I play my break player. She has less damage.
She has
than me.
this, yeah, and she's the second highest kills in this team.
You
Oh,
have
it's me
less
being like
damage.
3 seconds late to the grab.
I'm
Yeah, you have more damage because you're less efficient in getting your kills.
bro, I'm a Sombra. I have like 5% uptime. How'd you have less damage than me?
Okay, and you just hack them, shoot them, and they die.
I swear we already had the Imp Mercy skin. Sorry, 1 sec.
I'm gonna go now.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
we need a sub. Oh, see you, dude. You said you were only coming for one night. Bye. We have a space. I need to cancel that so people can join. Anyone want to join? 2 of the map isn't play of the game. I know, ridiculous, right? And the team was throwing so hard after that I didn't even we didn't even win the fight. I think the Freedo video is going to be talking about wave respawns, the lack of the health passive. I do feel the lack of the health passive. I feel like that is a good addition to the game.
Yeah, it's just nice quality of life.
Enticed to play, but not enough to actually log in. Well, you got another 15 seconds, and I'll queue. The lack of quality of life is going to be like the only good point. Yeah, I do wonder what he's. It's so funny that he's a Junkrat player as well. A Junkrat player that like Junkrat works so much better in the 6v6 game mode, and specifically like. I don't know how he can have this opinion as a person that plays Junkrat. It's just kind of like crazy town for me.
Because he isn't actually a person. He's actually artificial intelligence.
Yeah, artificial intelligence designed specifically to make me angry.
Yeah, of course. You and you alone.
I definitely feel the lack of different tanks.
Yeah.
There's just not very many options. It's no wonder people didn't play tank back in the day. Like, it's crazy. He's
Even
actually
then,
bold.
Like, I feel like Reinhardt is still quite fun in this patch. Like
Yeah.
you can do so much, and you can still like if you're going swinging and then you shield up, and then stuff dies in front of you anyway. Yeah. So like it actually feels like your shield has some utility, not like now where you're just delaying the inevitable like in 5v5.
Yeah, it's because you can get in so easily and just survive so easily. You just kind of like charge it and hold it.
You know.
Right. Bob, you tanking? I don't know why, but Bull feels so much better in this mode. Like, I feel like the damage is really, like, meaningful.
Yeah, there's less sustain, like in general, I feel. Compared to 5v5 live. Like in 5v5 live, it's just like support looks at DPS, they just back to full health. It can feel like sometimes.
Yeah. It may also be because, I don't know.
Like having lower healing throughput also means that it feels more impactful to do damage.
Yeah, I guess maybe Bull feels better as well because they're all idiots that were just clumping up, so I could get out swing through like 5 of them. maybe it's a quick play effect. Getting punched around by Doomfist or the Winston or Ryan is actually atrocious gameplay. Still happens in Modern 66, but in October you have less movement options. Yep. Banish him! Banish the Winston! Remove him from the video game.
They wanted to play the video game. Big mistake.
That's rude. Bubbling them. Oh, Doomfist. Doomfist player. Help! My team!
Oh, you line of sight with me.
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, it's not my fault though.
Come on, Hellfingers!
It's just there's so much Doomfist that it's significantly less fun to play main tank. Yeah, I think I get that. Ba-da-ba.
85%.
Kill up! Help! 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 I clicked off the game. Help! I'm being murdered by a Winston on his own.
My second tank is throwing.
I literally just murdered somebody.
Yeah, I murdered somebody as well.
You're playing Roadhog.
Yes, and I'm murdering people one. I've one tapped 3 people in a row.
Before his grapple timer nerf? Yeah, that's probably a big thing.
I've got my old
I shielded you and you walked away from the shield?
The shield wasn't the problem there. The problem with the Doomfist pushed me out of the ultimate. Dickhead.
Honestly. Yeah, I understand the thing about the Doomfist, guys.
Bro, what? My movement speed like 1 meters a second when shooting.
Bob walks into point, dies.
Well, I killed 2.
Killed 2. The entire team killed 2 like 5 minutes ago.
What do you mean 5 minutes ago? You need to learn to do this no time. We haven't been in the game for 5 minutes. Like what?
What do we have? Left side, Moira. I can't aim.
Heal.
Cast on right side.
I have Bongo.
I have Wolf with the facility.
Are we okay? Are we gonna lose this one as well?
How you doing?
Bob thinks he's immortal.
I don't have characters in this match.
Just leave my barrier out and dance between. There's a lot of Cass May Doomfist, isn't there?
Yeah. As you just spam CC people.
The trouble is, I think the Doomfist players are for the most part just not knowing how to play the hero, and so just doing general disruption to the enemy tank instead of doing anything actually important.
Wait, why is my bullet system like the camo system?
Oh, no, it's a couple of them. They don't die to that? Absolutely not. 100%, absolutely, definitely not. Doom Bears?
Yeah, this reverse is dog shit. I hate this shit.
Yeah, I mean, they basically gutted the character to the point where the character didn't exist. It all exists off of Hulk. It's a very slow playstyle. Like, the character needed a rework 100%. I just think that what they did to it caused other problems.
I think the entire fucking no key system is just awful. I don't like it. I like the cooldown in the game.
Cass?
The Moira's one is fine. Moira dead.
Okay, well, we actually get on to second point. Fine. I'm back what I missed.
On so many people. I have 42% right click accuracy.
You missed Doomfist being oppressive. That's what you missed.
Pretty low, considering we have
Anyone want to come with me up to a little sneaky?
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
Oh, that's good enough. Kill the Roadhog! He's running! Kill him!
What the fuck is this?
I help! The fucking hell!
Nice.
Why is everyone? How do you all die? What happened?
Well, we all got shot. It happened sometimes. But I think I blew my off tank for not shooting me properly.
I'm pulling my okay,
Fucking solo ult. I miss playing Sigma 66, man. It's so good. Holt is bugged and doesn't work 70% of the time. Yeah, that's probably a big factor.
Yeah, got one.
Have you tried not getting shot, Bob?
I have not actually tried not to get shot. I think that's
Oh,
really
you can
bad.
cancel Hog out of his ult. What a video game.
Barrier cannot withstand much more.
Bob being Bob. Bob doing Bob things. Yeah, fuck you, Cass in particular.
Wow, that's fucked up, bro. You just baited Dorado.
I took one for the team.
I think we need an aggressive ult to open up their team, friends. I should have just fluxed it, to be honest.
I'm not your
I
friend.
was about to say.
Waiting for the flux to high no hook.
Yeah, can my stick my touch the key button already?
I can't.
Oh, hey.
Roadhog bang. Man, the shield feels so good.
Return to me. Thanks.
I told you, half a second shield recall feels like a drug.
No one on card, so I have to go to the ground for
Yeah, Flute, you can be the card bitch. It's fine.
it. Okay.
Ah, he interrupted it. No way, he's
that's
fine
fine.
because
But that's fine.
bailed out by Bubble.
Yeah. Like, whatever. Doofus wants to burn ice now. 6 seconds. Did turn.
Yeah, they abandoned Diana. They forgot about her. Oh, worth a try.
I'm the better cast.
Sorry.
People forget the cast has no damage reduction in this version, so you can't
Yeah,
fall in front of
They're
like,
just being way too aggressive. Both healers on left side. Mulch! To push him into the mulch. Okay, well, we got our acting gear eventually. It took a while though.
Yeah.
Ah,
I
it feels
think
so
it's
good on
easy
Sig.
character.
Cast is broken.
Play of the game.
Or rather they like nerf it the other hero. Or the other ones like
I swear I haven't turned you down, but you're really quiet for it.
I'm
I
going
usually
to
just come down.
I'm reformed.
They should bring that back, Brad. I think that was peak Overwatch.
I reformed. I no longer get angry.
Sure, if you
I
say
had
so.
them.
I'm just a good boy now.
Dude, it
I
was
haven't
great.
had-
I'd be looking to focus like one person, I'd get them, and half the time I'd get a random kill because I picked up someone through a wall. It was funny.
Okay, so a reasonable amount of the freaky team is here. What color would you like for your tag? I'll put a tag for you guys on Discord so you can have a
Purple.
different color.
It has to be a
Purple.
freaky tag.
You gotta be purple.
Purple.
But what shade of purple
Purple.
is what we need to talk about here.
The
Okay,
freaky
I'll
shade.
make the roll. I'll make the roll.
Like dark
50
purple.
shades of purple.
Damn. We gotta have all 50 shades? That's
Of the
crazy.
purple.
Rolls. Rolls. Great
What if
roll.
there's more than 50 shades?
Freaky. Freaky roll.
You gotta do it with the funny text as well.
Do what?
I need to pull that up here.
The font. He needs his
Yeah,
special
yeah.
font.
Oh.
Okay, I'll be Hitler here. I'm gonna play Baptiste.
I like how the selection for ball just bugs. And he just like teleports to the finished position. I don't know if you can see that, Rob.
What? What's happening?
If you click on ball, like his hero select, it just teleports him.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
I think I've got a different skin on.
No, it's not the skin. It's like when he finishes.
Oh, at
halfway
the end of
through
the
it,
animation. Ah, okay. I was clicking
Yeah,
up him
he's-
before. He's like, eh.
I don't know, you're still white for me, buddy.
Reinhardt Orisa, double shield, Kappa Kappa.
Double shield on attack on King.
I need to re-remember all my tech, like shooting a shield in the air to get 2, right?
Oh yeah.
Please move behind the barrier.
Oh man, I saved my cooldown to 2 seconds there.
Now imagine what it'd be
Did I
like.
also have a Ryan?
Don't worry, guys. I will make sure he cannot play the video game on Reinhardt.
I forgot how slow the fusion drive slow was. Oh, well, you're
you're
fucking
good.
dead.
Oh yeah.
I saw that function, I'm like, yeah, well, that do be what it is. Oh, we got the Doom.
got the widow.
Right. Oh, nice. How did that not pull? Oh yeah, you said it was broken 70% of the time, right? I guess that's one of the 70%.
Okay, what is far away?
I'm
Out
using
here.
the tech. Whoa!
I would like some healing, please.
Please.
Hi.
Wait, your hair? I don't like your hair.
Nice stun. Oh, thank God. Doom. 1 HP. He dies. Yeah.
Damn.
Lovely stuff.
My Bumatana just died to a Doomfist. What is guy?
Well, what am I supposed to do? I'm minding my own business. And
Hit his sleep.
I miss shield
I
juggling. It
don't
was
have
fun.
it. I used it to save Realth.
I wouldn't say shield juggling was
What?
fun. I say it was like
What?
one of the only fun things on the hero.
I had to sleep someone to save them from the Rhyme Kid. I didn't have the sleeve. That's not my fault.
But please stop making really this.
I'm not good at my trajectories anymore.
Guys, I don't like my odds of living.
Oh.
He's in the sky.
Ow.
Oh, what was that shit?
Come back, Doomfist. Time to die.
Oh, we had a lever.
This is peak Orisa gameplay right here.
I have 200% sleep accuracy, by the way. This is
like
why
the
I'm a
pirates.
better support than Bob.
They lost a player
Like
and
a
got
pirate
replaced.
See if they can handle it.
Cancel shield animation with Bongo. You gotta be efficient.
What the fuck?
Nice help.
It's not that. I heard him
He's
somewhere.
just jealous. He's just jealous. I have 200% sleep, alright?
Cease. What the fuck is this shit?
I'm probably dead. Uh oh.
Man, I missed Super Blade. That shit was whack as fuck.
Oh, they got Zem.
Mora just stays at the back.
Bro,
Hey,
hit his sleep. Fucking hell.
I have 167% sleep accuracy. Thank you very much.
piss off, Doomfist.
It went down. You don't have 200 anymore. You're actually a box.
Yeah.
Man, that
It's at 132% now.
the Hulk just straight up does not work the good majority of the time, doesn't it?
I knew I shouldn't have gone for that sleep dart. I tanked my sleep dart accuracy.
Narrowly dodged that hook.
You positive.
Oh, I died through that! I guess Discord goes on you and you
I have to
instantly
reload, Bob.
vanish.
Good luck.
I guess we just go Ryan Zarya and just actually have fun.
Okay, I have the button. You get your button, please.
Having fun.
It's almost as if like there was so many things in the game that were fun, and then they proceeded to just purposely not double down on any of them.
Fucking left one.
Their diva is literally what did you think? There you go. Can you invest in a bigger window bomb? Why are you shipping out on us?
Yeah.
Come on, make it more wide.
Without top.
Mara behind.
Sorry.
Bob, I would, I appreciate you.
Nice. Let's just stay on car, get one last fight, then go nano blade it.
Wait, no. No, wait, I'm sorry. This guy swaps
What's
the
he
window and
doing?
grapples out.
No
Yeah,
way,
really
you
just-
died to that Bob! No way!
I don't want
I was
this guy
48,
swap.
yeah.
He literally just swaps Widow, grapples out spawn, and one-shots me immediately. I love the Widow experience. This is such a cool hero. Don't you guys think?
Playing Winston
I
Orisa
played
double
Blue
shield.
Blue didn't deflect the bomb for me.
Oof, I need to. Should
No, I
have
deflected
It
it.
didn't
You
work,
went
it's
over the
terrible.
way. You should've stayed behind me.
I can't believe it.
Blue should have deflected the Widow.
I deflected the entire Widow projectile set. I did.
Bob jumping into the entire enemy team.
Well, that's.
Yeah, I'm thinking after pop it.
Oh. Sorry guys, I got assassinated by Doomfist.
Oh. I guess we're just farming charge. Farming charge.
I'm gonna pull back.
Okay, I'm ready to press Q. What about you?
I'm not ready. I will get stun locked the moment I blade.
He was up top.
And passive. Watch your super action.
Yeah, I blade. Give me.
It's still 100. I can't fucking see you.
A bit late, but I'll take it.
Without complex.
Eva mech.
Alright, Bob, my sleep accuracy is at 100.
Ooh, I got him. Oh, nice. Push, 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 push.
What? Who did my nade hit?
No, help! Why am I dying to that?
I blame
there's a
that.
widow up top I have to hide from.
I blamed both of my supports at the same time.
I was actually sleeping.
Can we get a Lucio and just like dive the widow? Cause like every single time she just like picks two people from the spawn.
You're on Genji, just dive up.
I can. There's a Doomfist up my ass. There's a Murder up my ass.
Kill you.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for support.
Nah.
What the fuck?
Well, that's an easy boy charge, I guess. Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Oh, goodbye,
If
Bob.
it's behind again.
They just got sides. The moment I got sides, I ran off.
Ow! I love getting 125 slam by the Doomfist who has wall hacks on me, and I get discarded as soon as he goes for the slam. So I just
Yeah, Doomfist is really a killer of the joy of this game, isn't it?
I think except
Why?
for Doomfist, it's good.
Is it because he's a different people over here?
Okay, we got two. Should be good, right? Where are we at?
More of the Bubba.
And, like the dash block fucks up my.
Right, go!
Oh.
It's just trying to get back.
Cognated.
Oh,
We wanna walk. Their hog was needed at half HP.
Well, my tank just like hold up shield and he's walking backwards for some reason. Instead of walking forward.
I can't do it. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Can I get a little bit of boo?
Yeah.
you should
Have fun.
Oh, I guess that's the thing we're doing. I got the bubble on him! He still died through it. Just waited for like 3 seconds, I could have grabbed him.
There's nothing.
I tried to heal you, but Realth walked in front of my healing trap.
I bubbled him. I mean, at least it's better than nothing.
I'm
Effectively
like
more
7K
healing than you, I have
damage.
priority.
I get hooked immediately into fucking Discord or the stun.
I'm just going frag. I'm done with this Doomfist guy. This is annoying.
Someone.
Swing.
Why is this guy just...
Blasted, you could have saved me!
Well, you didn't tell me you didn't have a bubble. So...
It was 1 second cooldown. Yeah, I looked at the bubble cooldown, and if I hadn't looked at the bubble cooldown and just walked to the right place, I could have just walked away from it. But by the time I realized, I was already fucked.
You know, I really like this like gameplay where like the Widowmaker is like at the back of the map and like using this. I think it's awesome.
It's really immersive and interesting. And like, by the time we manage,
Alright guys, I'm clicking the rally button. Let's walk.
Dude, my British use.
Well, you got bubble flute. Good luck. Okay. Hog on right side. Rest in peace, knockback reduction passive.
Oh my god, I got one.
Moira on point.
Bob, you forgot to name me.
Oh. Nice shooting.
Okay, can we report my Zarya and also report my Echo? How the fuck am I damaging both of you?
Stressful. Genji playing makes sense. I do think that the headshot damage reduction is really good for tanks. Like, getting clocked in the head by a Widow like that really feels bad.
Yep.
You can't really predict when it's going to come in.
I'm gonna report the Widow just because she played Widow in a mode that's supposed to be fun.
I'm going to swap onto support for a bit.
She annihilated the fun from orbit.
They had so many things that were good in the game, and then they just abandoned them all. I don't understand. Like, the parts of Overwatch that people enjoyed were literally just like Winston, Zarya, Reinhardt, Diva, right? Like, those are the comps that people actually enjoyed. And they were like, well, we're going to make everything like it's not that. And I'm like,
I ended that game with 105% sleep dart accuracy. I'm just that good.
Yeah, and like that game, I could kind of use like you kind of use like Fearless Rhino,
Alright,
and
guys.
it still sort of worked.
is it
Time
fun?
for,
It's a Doomfist is killing it. Honestly, that's the answer.
It's time for
Kinda have to
Build
play Brick to stop
Nanoblade
it.
Simulator so we can get into the
Nakamura.
point simulator.
It's not like Doomfist per se. All other dive DVS like suffered a lot. Tracer is
Time for
also
me to carry.
extremely lucky for some reason.
If we get a Symmetra, we could maybe go for the left flank.
It feels different.
teleport
I
thing,
don't know
right?
why. Genji have the camera lock bug, which fucks up all the muscle memory you had for 8 years.
Doesn't Echo just shit on Doom? Yeah, it's not that he's not counterable. It's just that the fact that he's in every game makes it like feel
No,
a bit
it's
oppressive.
the same reason people, it's the same reason all the Malrox are betting Sombra right now. It's not fun because you have to be aware that he could be in any like 125 damage slam spot at any time, and he can still eat you if you're not like watching for that.
You're farming him. It's like, yeah, cool, but do you actually enjoy farming him, or is it still kind of annoying that he exists when you're farming him? Oh yeah, I've got to know Fade
Like
Deck.
him being on the enemy team means I have to be aware of every fucking Seedling Zal spot because he
Oh,
could just
bye, Reinhardt.
delete me if I don't fucking instant sleep him.
Well, you're fucked.
Space
All the best.
Ingo's doing
You did
Ingo's
not
things.
create space.
Yeah.
He did actually create space. I mean, I got straight in the door.
Yeah, and you have force attack. Not there to help you hold this thing.
Ah!
Are you proud of me? I'm playing Widowmaker on 15 cents and 1600 DPI.
Fuck's sake! I did not realize there was going to be a Bastion around the corner.
Yeah, you could have run to me and I could have helped you.
It's okay, guys. I've almost built the nano boost ability.
I really want to play Genji into their comp. It's so fun and engaging.
Press W! Press W, Ingos! Stop being scared!
I press W, I press W. I'm pressing W, I'm pressing W.
You don't need to ask me twice.
I'm pressing W.
Pressing W, pressing W, pressing W. Still pressing W, no one told me to stop.
There's people behind! There's people behind!
You'll be fine.
There's a Bastion and an Orisa. Or...
Okay, I guess I'll go back.
You'll be fine. Ingo's charged in, dies immediately. Be fine. You know, you'll be fine. Whatever. Yeah, fine.
Oh.
Cass is going here, left side. There's a
Well,
Cass
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
did too,
oh, I'll
actually.
go get his artillery. Nope.
Yeah, that's actually what I did as well.
He actually gets a and all of you guys just walking off into the enemy spawn.
Yep.
Well, I think you guys should have
You
won
asked
that,
him.
in honesty.
You asked him to
you-
hit W, and you never asked him to stop.
Engage this enemy.
The
Whoa.
beam noise behind me.
Well,
No way!
so much there. I'm not going to be able to cut through that, sadly. Oh, yeah, maybe I can. Yeah, go on.
I killed Lucio, it is not my fault.
Yeah, good beat from him.
Okay, please kill him.
I have 125
Oh, they don't like me.
accuracy. Let's go. Bob wishes.
Oh, it's so close to getting that health back. My Moira has more damage than everyone else.
Well,
To be
we
fair,
have
that
to
was
shoot-
all the coalescence of the grab.
Alright, I have the nano boost. Ingles, get in there.
Ingos, get in there.
Getting in there.
Ow. You didn't get in there enough.
I mean, he did get in there, so it depends what your definition of enough is, right?
Well, we didn't win the fight, so literally he needed to press W more. That's the lesson we learned from losing that first point, right?
Yeah.
I think actually the problem wasn't that we
Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
I think the problem was that Realth did not walk to spawn with us. We weren't doing it as a 6-man.
Yeah, so
I
that
think
all of them could be on the point.
Like,
We could have had
why?
second point before they contested first point.
Exactly. Capping second point is how you actually win the round anyway. So like, what is he doing?
I actually used to be a Bastion player at this point quite a lot. I actually really enjoyed Bastioning.
Yeah, I was too, actually.
I might just go
Yeah,
DPS
Bastion
and try it out. Have you tried Break? No, I was gonna try Break, but Anthos was like, that's a accurate rendition.
I don't like Brig. Brig in this version just feels bad to play.
What are you talking about? You just bash someone and they die. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the fact that the bash brings like a meter forwards instead of like fucking 10.
You want to be able to stun anyone within 10 meters range of you? Wow.
No. I don't want the stun. I don't care about the
Is there stun in this
Stuns are
patch?
irrelevant to me.
Yes,
It's
it's done
It's
on
not
bash.
through shield, yeah?
Yeah, it's not through shield.
Yeah.
No, that was
I
like.
can't remember exactly
like,
where in the
2019.
nerf train they were.
Nah, that was like 2019. It was. I remember that because it was like funny because like it was in the game for like a full year that you could just bash right out through shield for free shatter. It's like.
Yeah. If
Damn,
you
guys.
notice, the entirety of Hanamura, I kept on trying to bash Reinhardt through shield, and I failed every single time.
Maybe you just need to try harder. Like you need to bash
Yeah,
with more force.
that's what I was thinking. Okay, I'll play the front character.
I'm gonna go and flank.
Yes, I'll flank with you with my
Why
turret.
does Moira's Overwatch 1 portrait look so weirdly detailed and shiny?
Oh,
Quite
I
crazy.
forgot about fast shooting recon though. It's got spread as well, right?
What the fuck's that?
Yeah.
Damn.
The world could see the wonders that science has built.
Wait.
Oh man.
Yeah. Okay, my only criticism with this entire mode is the fact they don't
give
have
money
that
for
core
this
perk,
skin?
but you can
Last
kill
hit?
your
What the fuck?
teammates.
I don't
You
think
guys
it's
need to
bad.
stop yapping over the top of each other. We can't hear either of you.
Yeah.
Also, I did want a new highlight intro. It's the first time Sigma's got a new highlight intro since Archives, man. I needed it. I needed content. Oh, they're TPing. TP run. I am.
Actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good luck.
I mean, yeah, you can do that, Winston, if you want. I mean, I'm not really complaining.
Hold up, I need to come up there with you.
That is an option for you.
Alright, I'm here. Let's go. The enemy bash is on the right side.
Ooh, they DM'd him.
I have rock though. I am the superior Bastion shield bot.
Hey, Hill.
No, you're so fucking far away.
Uh oh.
That's
There we
terrifying.
go. Oh.
Wait, why isn't my heal cancel working? I remember being able to heal between every shot here. Wasn't working properly.
It might not be able to recreate that particular.
That's just flanking down the bottom.
They might not be able to recreate that particular jank.
Yeah, I guess.
Or maybe they just didn't know about it.
Wait, is
Oh, they're countering us. They're
Fucking
countering
Bunzer
us, Realth. What do we do? Oh, yeah, we probably killed it. Can't we?
Oh god, the wisdom.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna go well. Okay. moment that shield was on, we were kind of screwed. I should have kited back faster.
Oh. Thank God you guys have deaths now. I was the only person with deaths, and I had 2 of them.
You're
Like
still the only person who has more than one death. Don't worry.
Thank God. I tried my best feeding, but it's not going too well.
Off we go.
Alright, Realth on swinging.
Is
Swinging
mercy
us corner
movement
street, everyone.
good again? Was mercy
No.
movement still shit?
Alright, I'm
I can
flanking.
really. 3, 2, 1.
Kill this sim. I'm on
I mean,
fire.
that's certainly an option. Good job, Bastion. Excellent try.
Yes. I
you
have
go.
3 deaths now. Fuck you
The
guys.
flanking Bastion.
You're welcome, Flute.
Thank you.
What
for
do you
that.
do when the flank bastion has a shield in front of him?
He was
You
being
shoot the
molested
shield.
until I tranked him.
Why did
Do you think I can still do the rocket jump up there?
I don't think so, but you can try.
I can and will.
Bastion coming on the door.
The listen's gonna be behind you.
You're not trapped in here with me. Oh shit. Oh, they're rezzing. Res still exists as a thing. Shit.
Ow, that's how I got.
This is a great part. This is a great part of a shield recall being half a
winnable?
second. Is that I can just guarantee Black Diva bomb every time now. Can't bomb this Diva. Even if I accidentally deployed the shield as you bomb, I could just take it back down. Okay, guys, I have the Pugs ability now. Oh, what? Realth, my pirate ship's trapped. What the hell?
She's discorded, she's discorded, she's half. Realth is throwing, man.
Han skjuts.
Yes? Oh, no.
Anna. Oh, I can't aim.
Bastion.
Whoop. I'm so bad, man. Like, I just do not warm up. Can I have a heal so I don't die to the venom mine?
You'll be fine.
Edgar doesn't have an increased ult gaining copy.
No, he
Genji
only
has
has
screen lock and dash.
Yeah.
Ton of Doom
Try
text that's still
Genji,
missing.
it's so horrible, it's so horrible.
I feel like Doom
You
would be
literally
really
have
hard
to
to
do it.
recreate that, right, though.
Try, like, they didn't need to do anything for Genji, just the damage number changes. That's all they needed to do.
Yeah.
They somehow fucked it up. Have you tried it?
No. I appreciate that
Right.
they probably have like one unpaid intern working on this though, so it's like
Oh no, it's
Gary.
literally copy based. Like there is nothing changed. Same hero, 8 years.
I admit, dude. I love the ults of Hero today.
Go Genji. Go Genji.
I'm not going Genji.
Go Genji.
I'm not going Genji.
Go Genji.
No.
Ingu.
I
I
can't
will-
play live for you from like Kobe him. Fuck.
Yeah, I feel like this this arrow charge is still faster
Just
than
play
mine.
Mercy. Just play Mercy and damage boost him even when he's at 5 HP.
Help! Help!
I can help you, but I decided not to because I'm play Genji. Fuck you. Hi, Ing. No, Ingus is healing him. Fuck. Ingus is in the back team. Die.
Here, harmony me! Harmony me, you bastard! Right, flute. Flute? Why did I say
Yeah.
flute?
Hey, is that?
I'm requesting medical assistance. Thank
Yeah,
you.
he doesn't actually heal. He just DPSs.
I'm trying to.
The
dodge
harmony orb
bomb,
is actually a button that doesn't
No,
do anything.
I'm healing everyone beside you.
This guy forgot
he
he's
is.
on. This guy forgot he's on old Sombra. I just saw him turn to the side to throw his translocator.
I have no healing juice.
Slower
I'm
rapid
dead.
fire feels so much more intentional.
Bro, it's so funny. This guy was playing old Sombra like it's current translocator. The way he just throws it.
Can I get some healing, please? This Overwatch Classic? Yes, this is October 2020.
Oh, ah, stupid Sombra.
Lots of people who never played this version of the game. Yeah, I think my worry is that people won't know what is good about it or feel like it's more or less the same because they don't really get the differences.
Oh, but killed yourself, I think.
No, they will get differences. They'll realize that
Smash
you get
on the
Doom is in this game mode,
High ground.
and then they'll all hate game mode.
Push W. Push W.
You guys go the sick link, he's like behind you.
No, that's one of them. Oh, I need healing.
Sigma.
Oh, dead. You look at that Genji carry.
Hi, Val.
Oh,
Hi,
no
Val.
harmony!
You don't need
You're not on
harmony.
Genji. It's the rule. I do not make the law. Okay.
It's okay, we can just replace you with someone else next match. Still, Mario feels so much better. Yeah, like, it feels so much more deliberate, doesn't it?
Okay, I'm looking for a graviton surge here.
As it is, it's just aim in the general direction and just hold it.
Alright, watch this, watch this, watch this. Alright, never mind.
That's
I'll
okay.
just go away from it. They have to drop eventually. I'm just gonna watch that. I'm gonna watch that.
Oh, cancel fight.
Okay, there can't speed. There is one.
One literally.
Phodia, we had support players.
Why is my Hanzo not killing me?
Leading into the spammy part of Hanzo, not a single person on the planet enjoys playing him
Okay,
too.
they tried.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
At the same time, like, increasing projectile speed made it a lot worse as well. But that's just Overwatch in general. Overwatch has increased all projectile speeds in Overwatch 2.
Between 2, yeah.
Means the duration of the hack. It's 6 seconds in that.
Oh, I feel like booked then. Oh, it is. Lost forever. What the fuck?
Trying to get
Here, a harmony for you, buddy.
Whatever.
Does it at the last moment so he doesn't get kicked out after the game.
What do you mean, Genji? Genji feels fine to me. I don't really Genji.
I think he's talking about the lock when you dash.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's talking about the lock, his camera lock, for like a long period of time.
I don't feel that. It feels like Genji.
This is when there was a sim wall up and we were like, oh my, you both got booped?
Yeah.
This is why I need Overwatch 2 tank DPS passives. I'm going to go back to support, and I'm going to play some Baguette.
Damn, it's gonna be the end of the stream before you even react to half this shit.
Yep.
Oh, what streamer? Streamer, where's the content? Streamer. Content.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's nearly 7. That's usually when you get off.
I'm going to leave you guys. Don't burn on down the stream.
Alright,
Thank
guys.
God that idiot is
I-
gone. Trying
Alright,
to say some
as
slurs.
mod, I am starting a rebellion and taking control of the stream. Anyone who praises Realth in stream chat will now get a 5-minute timeout.
Oh, praise potted. Our supreme leader of the CCP.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maybe I judged you too harshly, Bob. I'll promote you to VIP. I can't actually give you the role, but you know you're a VIP of my regime.
Are you like the Vanguard, Guardian of the Vanguard?
Actually, I need to make my proclamation.
Yeah, the Emancipation Proclamation.
There we go. Pin.
Right, I'm back.
Manually unpinned during the stream. Nothing.
Anyone who praises rope in chat will get a 5-minute timeout. You didn't even need to say it. Nobody's gonna do it anyway.
It's part of the posturing.
This
Okay,
is
Bob,
fast
you know what
projectile
time it is.
speed. Remember Sam saying they nerfed his projectile speed? I thought he got an increase around when Kiri got an increase.
Prove myself. Last minute check. Everyone squared away? Let me help you with that.
So what are the packs currently doing? Are the packs in their final form, basically, with the health and then health over time? Or
They don't give you any overhealth from what I tried.
yeah. I kind of miss the jump tech on Brig's Shield Bash, but then again, I like she covers so much ground nowadays. So really, maybe it's not necessary.
What do you mean missing the tech? Is it gone?
Well, it's a short dash, and it doesn't really lead into a jump afterwards.
Oh yeah.
You can do a little jump. Maybe I think that's glitched. I feel like that's not.
I got
how it
both.
should be.
I just tried to retract upwards and it just failed.
Me a hit.
Wait, why is this overhealth fucking yellow?
Yeah, I'd know it. There's a torp behind. There's a torp behind. He's murdering everyone. He got both supports.
Bro, my supports are actually bums. What the fuck?
Are you okay, Bob?
Maybe. If you have Cardi, then I'm not okay.
Okay.
I have no cooldowns, by the way. We can't walk.
I'm walking.
Good luck. We're not with you.
GG, my team's throwing for next.
Bro, they dead at the torp!
Kill him.
No, I couldn't catch because the ball slammed.
Well, we have that.
I couldn't touch. The ball fucking slammed, bro. The airtime. does
Yeah,
not
and I was
touch
50 HP that entire fight. It doesn't get healed.
I tried to touch Ross. Believe me, as fast as my Dutch lives could carry me.
Oh, the woman escapes. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm going for this.
At least remake doesn't kill me in this mode.
Okay.
Ow. Got my one.
Yeah, sure.
I actually got my two.
Technically got my 3.
Where's the rest of our
We almost got rally.
I mean,
Back up,
one
go
of
high.
them was.
Ah, you died through that. Shit. So I got back on you, but it was late.
Our Genji doesn't even have 1k damage, Bob. What are we supposed to do? Oh, no, he finally got there.
All is so
Finally
survivable.
got there.
Still.
Remember when these were the old elevators and you had to fucking wait for them to come down?
Then you have to look down and then you need the second.
Look, I got 4 people chasing me in the back line there. What would be illusion?
Well, we're controlling the high ground. You just mind
From who?
Bruh.
You controlling the front.
Brawl!
Whoops.
See you, random. Thank you for heckling the thing that I'm
left.
doing. Appreciate it.
That was
Thank God random left. Fucking Canadians.
That is low effort shade right there.
Oh, the fake Americans. They don't even have all the cool things Americans have, like guns. School shootings.
What is that melody?
Nice, 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 nice.
There, that's that backman, by the way. He kind of like didn't protect us.
Why is the focusing beam so fucking loud?
I don't know, it's a bug.
Why is what so loud?
A beam. I literally heard blue beaming someone in front of me, and it sounded like it was coming from behind me. Like the audio for the beam is like super fucked. I don't know how. Yeah, the echo beam. Yeah,
It's terrifying.
That's
Yeah, it's not
crazy
even in the
loud.
right direction.
Are they recreating books from the October 2028 patch or what?
As far as I know, it was.
Bye, Diva.
Oh my god, fucking taken.
Oh, Ash can do that?
Yeah, it's like you have my brother.
Literally fucking withering that.
Yeah, I didn't
They're all on point.
I was currently losing 1v1 to Zen right now, so
You're really struggling now. I'm watching.
I can it off. Not even close. Only 51.
No, don't see that.
I can't believe you.
Yeah, I came at the point. I don't do anything.
Was he 9?
Oh, almost.
Oh,
My
there
ball
are mines
stopped.
on the cart.
Bro, my ball sucks.
I ain't touching it on break. I ain't touching the car.
Well, the alternative is that we lose. So.
Well, why am I getting those? What? My hand is actually a bug.
We? Not rally.
What did the ball go?
Oh, boo.
First it rank.
I think we're on his
I
neck.
got Mercy coming in.
I think they got your backline.
You have a backline?
Nope. None.
Not anymore. That was fucking dead.
That's assuming that we had one to begin with.
Enemy turret TV.
I missed that.
Proven. Bro, I don't understand why there's so many people trying to
I have
kill
no
them
idea
all.
how I will win.
Like there's so.
He's trying to Cheeto me. Kill one left. One left. Where's my shield? Thor!
Shoot his Diva, please.
How?
I'm struggling. Okay.
He just fucking melees me to death. He's just standing
Okay.
there. You're all AFK.
Oh, that's a
It
concern.
just slugs. I'm
My
trying to
brick
kill
is
the
actually
people
really
I
fun.
want.
My brick has rally didn't use it or anything.
I'm not rallying a Torb on 5 health.
Yeah, instead of throwing our games. Like,
There's something glitchy about
Kill
whip
this
shot. It feels really
I
weird.
can't.
It's like if you press left, it kind of like goes onto the person anyway, even if you're not aimed on them when it goes out.
Oh, I missed one again. Good. One. Nice. One dead. The one. Dead.
The Zen
Nah,
tried
I'm
to
trying-
kick me
trying
away,
again.
the fucker. The Zen tried to kick me away and failed. This is so sad.
Nah, guys, I hate that fun.
Yeah,
really
I
miss
kind of
Poker
forget
Master,
what
though.
state characters win in this mode. I feel like Brig's actually like quite far along in the development, right? I feel like this character's pretty much where they need to be.
No, she's still broken, but not as broken.
I think
she's
number
a
tweaks need to happen, but I think this is like the kit that they settled on at the very least.
She isn't a 1 versus fucking 6
I can't kill the fucking orb, man.
Nope. Only so many packs you can eat.
Okay. Bro, these people need to stop elo bombing. It doesn't work. I have half a second shield recall. I'll block it every time.
They're doing the poker bomb. Why wouldn't they?
Well, I'm fucking dead. May as well just stand still at that point.
That needs better than both balls combined.
The demon's on me, I'm on 50 health, and a minefield goes down right on top of my head. Yeah.
That wasn't the plan.
And the literal next patch to make it 225. Why would anyone do this?
I'm thinking Widowmaker, by the way.
Yo, get some auto charge. Get auto charge. Get all farm support. Farm support. Yo, what?
Shoot it anyway.
We're farming support ult.
Rogue mentally AFK.
Oh, Zen.
Where's my overhealth coming from? I'm getting random overhealth.
We use the
That's
break
your
ult.
that's your armor overhealth.
Oh,
They-
that's residual from Brigop.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
this is the degenerate one with the shield gen and the
Yes,
This doesn't
is
have
the
pull
version-
packs though, does it?
This is the version where brick armor overhealth never
Thank you,
changed.
Bob.
I've checked. I've had it for like I literally had like full armor overhealth on brick when my next ult. I got my next ult. They're
fucking
hard, by the way. You guys might want to do something about that.
No, they're all in the enemy team backline.
I would say they're backline. The backline doesn't have a point.
I'm gonna die. Good luck.
So is Torb got his armor pack still?
No, dude, that was like fucking 2 years ago. At this point.
That Torb OG lasted ages.
No, this is you've seen Torb use his coup in this game. It's not this version. It's not pack Torb.
No, Rogue, how we should die to the rally. Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough.
The barrier.
10k healing on Brig.
You got. Maybe we should shoot the people on cart next time.
What? Why?
GG.
I can't press W. And if you press W. that's
Yeah,
annoying.
I think we should all just click W then.
Can you press W at the ball then?
No. Yes.
Okay, can we do one more, but try shield, gen, and rally, and stack them on top of each other and get infinite HP?
Yeah, this was last one for me. I need a bug.
Okay, no problem.
No, isn't it?
Yeah,
This is current sim, no? This is because she has manual TP, no alt TP.
Is it manual TP this version?
Yeah, because she did sim well,
okay,
remember?
I'm out then. I
Thanks
love
again,
the
guys.
shield gen, man. Oh, yeah, thanks guys. Have a good one. Right. Is it 12 to 17% dislike on a video bad? It's not bad if they watch it. If they load the video, dislike it, and then leave, it's really bad. Dislike ratio doesn't really matter. It's all engagement metrics. Click-through rate and watch time is all you really need to care about. Don't focus on anything else. It doesn't matter. If they watch the full video, then dislike it, you have won. That's the answer. Okay. Let's see what Freedo thinks then. Since he has made a little yap. My conclusions for the October 2020 is everything seems like it's more or less in a very good state. There's no self-healing. I think the self-healing passive needs to go back on. I think the tank headshot passive is actually a big improvement as well. Aside from that, I feel like everything else feels good. Bastion feels much better, much more healthy. I'd say Brig is pretty much in their final state. It feels really bad not having more than 8 tanks, like really bad. having more than 8 tanks. Things die, it feels better in that aspect. Yeah, it's such a weird one, isn't it? Feels empty, but feels like Overwatch. What do you mean by empty there? We're still in a 6v6. Does it feel slower? I guess it is significantly slower, isn't it? Quite a lot of the movement creep hadn't happened at that point. Really, we were kind of just getting into it with Ashe and Echo. And then they were like Sojourn, Venture, Freya, empty because less characters? Yeah, less characters definitely sucks. You definitely need that patch's balancing with the extra characters in there. You don't like I don't think you have, but then it's a hard one because then you have all the mobility creep that happens on top of it, right? So it's a difficult one to work out where exactly you should draw that line. But yeah, that is significantly more fun than the 6v6 live, I'd say, I was having. I'd say that it is obviously significantly more fun than 5v5 live as well. I think the exclusion of perks benefits the game. Can I just say that the perks are actively bad, but yeah. Zarya feels a lot better than live patch right now. Yeah, 100%. No, agreed entirely. I'm trying to think of anything else. Hanzo feels better. Kind of like in all regards. I haven't tried Mercy. I'm going to guess Mercy's movement's still fucked. If Mercy movement's still screwed, it's bad. 175 Widow? Is 175 Widow in that patch? Interesting. Yeah, apart from that, no notes. It still seems like probably the best balance of the game. Orissa's kind of like a throw pick, unless they're really good, in which case they're really swingy. That's just because Orisa was kind of like in a transition state between them being changed off of a shield tank and doing something interesting. I think their gun needed improvement most of all, but then again the rework to them didn't change their gun in any meaningful way apart from putting a resource burn meter on it that doesn't really interact with the character in general. It's effectively a reload. Like you don't ever do anything for your burn meter, which is really stupid. Okay, cool. Let's see what Freedo thinks then. Oh, I am hopelessly positive about the October 2020 patch. I think that was absolutely incredible and really good. I think that was still the healthiest I think Overwatch has been. Right, let's go.
I really like going back to play the Overwatch Classic game modes to get a taste of how the game was then. As an Overwatch boomer myself, next year will mark the 10th year of Overwatch. Am I really that old? This game's been out a while now, and the thing that...
Yeah, I feel like I've been saying 8 years for the past 2 years, right?
...becomes most clear to me is how a community shapes the build of the game. Based on the strategies we understand, our level of teamwork, and our hero expression, the players shape the game maybe even 50% next to the game balance itself. The reason I mention that is
no. Players kind of, yeah, of course, people can get weird ideas about what is good, but things that are good get found out by higher ranks and filtered down to the low rank. That's always going to happen. Like, you can't say, well, if players just didn't play the Doomfist, like, if the Doomfist is new and the Doomfist is good, that, like, the player base isn't individual people acting together, like, separately. The player base is a swarm, and the swarm just does whatever the swarm does. And it's predictable where the swarm goes, because that's where the food is. Like, it really isn't that, and it's not that deep a revelation, I guess, and even then, like, it's not that important.
Because unlike the other Overwatch Classic patches like Goats or Valk, which were gimmicky, deliberately unbalanced versions of the game in a way,
they weren't deliberately unbalanced versions of the game. Don't give them that much credit. The remaking them was deliberately unbalanced of the game, sure, but that was just what they did.
Metas from yesteryear, October was the opposite. It was looked at as the pinnacle of Overwatch 6v6 role queue balance, and
yep. And that doesn't mean it's perfect. I think that's true. I think he's giving a fair shake of it. It was looked at the pinnacle. I think that's true. I don't think it was perfect. I think there's things to improve from Overwatch 2. But yeah, like, it was the pinnacle.
I've got some opinions about it.
I'm sure you do, Freedo. I'm sure you do.
It's great. It's not very good. With the new player base we have,
not very good.
Compared to what we were going through at the time, it was the greatest thing we've ever seen. Videos were going viral from Seagull. The entire community was applauding Blizzard for tuning back the power creep. Let's remember, in 2019,
yeah, they were, and I think that was true, yeah.
19, I remember going to BlizzCon where they were force feeding the Overwatch 2 experience to us, trying to market it. Meanwhile, I, as a lone autist in the press media briefing room, was the only one asking hard questions about power creep in the game. Because by that point, they had added so many DLC heroes, like my good friend Nathan likes to call. The simplistic pick up and play nature of the game had leapfrogged itself with either
Leapfrogged? Yeah, no, I agree in general with him. Like, power creep's bad, and like perks and stuff like that. It's not really pick up and play anymore. It's read the fucking lexicon in order to understand what the game does. It's not as simple as it used to be. I think I agree with him entirely. And to be clear, like, this is one of the things that Freedo actually did really well. He's one of the only people actually critiquing the game or trying to improve the game back in a time when most of it was very obvious takes. And doing it to Blizzard's face is something to be commended, honestly.
big bursts, insta-kill combos, crowd control, stacking. 6 players can have crowd control in Overwatch 1. Or big percentage-based damage spikes like Gravitic Flux or Echo's Beam. These things made you either melt really fast, get knocked around freely. There was a lot of chaos in the game. And October, oddly enough, was when they balanced these things back. But going back to that now, even in what we thought was the best version, man, does it look bad. Mainly because when you add in the new player base and you get a Doomfist in every game, or you get blown out because you're...
Yeah, I mean, this is the version of Doomfist that you can't have at any other time, so people are playing Doomfist. I mean, I do think the inclusion of Doomfist everywhere is completely ruining the game, like, in terms of the October patch, of course. But I don't think it's like if we left this for 2 months, people would just stop playing it as much, right? Like, and it needed changes, sure. And I think the Doomfist, I've come to the conclusion that Doomfist needed completely removing to begin with. Like, I think the DPS Doomfist, especially with the instant stuns and especially with the control they can have in tanks, was degenerate and probably shouldn't have existed. And the instant kills were sad. I don't think the tank Doomfist is any better, to be honest, but you know.
Your team comp doesn't interact with the enemies, you quickly start to remember why they needed to change things into Overwatch 2. Now keep in mind,
why they needed to change things? Sorry, let's...
Or you get blown out because your team comp doesn't interact with the enemies. You quickly start to remember...
Blown out because your team comp doesn't interact with the enemies? I don't think I really saw any of that. I saw quick play balance. That's what I saw. Like, I feel like all of the team comps interact with other team comps in this. Apart from Roadhog being the outlier of a hero that honestly still needs a rework. And even if you do what Blizzard did in Overwatch 2, I think the Roadhog still degenerate bullshit and needs to be changed in the game. And obviously we have changed him. We've given him a breather to give to other people. And that actually just fixes a hero. It's a hard one. Like, sure, they need to change some shit. But, like... how far are you going there, Freedo? I guess is the question.
Why they needed to change things into Overwatch 2. Now keep in mind, I think Overwatch 2 6v6 open queue is very, very good. Mainly because it has a lot of the list of improvements to the entire cast of heroes, the new balance philosophy. I've come to realize that in the 6v6
just having the new heroes is good enough
format, I will not like it unless you can swap roles. Because a lot of the benefits of 6v6, such as the bigger team fights, the push-pull of the ultimate game is much more interesting because there's an extra ult in play and an extra target for your ults. There's a lot of ways for one explosion to trigger a zone into another. The problem is with...
No. He just did a yap, okay? Hear this sleight of hand here. He starts talking about... He starts talking about role lock, and then he just starts talking about something completely different.
Not like it unless you can swap roles.
Okay, sure.
Because a lot of the benefits of 6v6, such as the bigger team fights.
Because, do you hear that? Because that chains the sentences together.
The push-pull of the ultimate game is much more interesting because there's an extra ult in play and an extra target for your ults. There's a lot of ways for one explosion to trigger a zone into another. The problem is with so many souped up characters in the game, the impact of so many of these kits is so oppressive. Being locked as a tank with a tank teammate that wants to just simply make one basic...
So there's big things in the game, and therefore we need to be able to flex more, I guess is the argument.
Mistake. A basic mistake that isn't as punished in 5v5, though it is, but just a little bit more free to make this mistake. Turning the corner slightly too early. With lower tank stats, you certainly have far more skill expression, but you also have the ability to have far less impact.
Yeah, unless you have all the resources from your team, but you can actually have more impact when you do have all the resources from your team. Like this is the entire argument, right?
Especially as one of the two tanks that are both locked into place. Because in 6v6 role queue, you still want to make a Giga tank, and if you don't have one, you're at a massive disadvantage. And just forget the idea of tank synergy for a second.
You don't want to make a Giga tank, you want your tank to be Giga for 2 to 3 seconds when it matters and disrupt the enemy team. It's completely different than making a Giga tank, right? You give the resources, they can do stuff for like a couple of seconds. That's the peak that you actually use in order to do. That's the hammer. And yeah, sure, like you're going against double shield, it can be impressive when you don't have a hammer to hit him with. Agreed. Like if somebody picks around and picks the wrong things, 100% it could be oppressive. But like saying that's the average experience from really like if we just exclude Roadhog, right? They just fix that one character. Everything else more or less works. Really, is that true? Not interacting with the enemy team very often?
Second, you need two tanks that are able to interact with what the enemy does. That's even more important in
what does that mean, interact with what the enemy does? Genuinely, like, I question what the fuck you're talking about, because interacting with what the enemy does is pretty much something that all characters do, right? Are you specifically trying to talk about just double shield, but talking about it in a really weird way to kind of like slide in there? Because double shield is one of those things that has been removed, so what are we talking about? Like, it's not oppressive in this mode. We already covered that. That's kind of the whole point, right? So what are you talking about, interact with the enemy team?
October of 2020, because so many of the damage picks are so much more viable than before. And if one of your tanks is out of sync with the other, out of sync with the heals, and easily dies instantly, well then your ability to have any impact as the other tank is hilariously small. Would the best player...
Yeah, but you're playing the other tank. How can the other tank be out of sync with you? Just sync up with them, right? Like, I get it, out of sync with the heals. If somebody goes in and feeds, then you have no impact. It's basically what you just said, but like that's true of everything. It's more true of 5v5 in terms of anyone feeding.
Players in the world overcome these issues that I have? Yes. But in open queue, I can just switch to Pharah and counter the enemy Symmetra, who sort of just stands in the front line and easily zaps down a tank without much effort. Why does that exist in the game? A benefit, though, looking back, is acknowledging how a role having answers to every type of situation you can get to is such a benefit. Since Symmetra is a character that's going to zone you, punish flanking a bit with turrets, and loves to cook down a front line, my favorite answer in Overwatch 2 is to play a character like Queen, who has such high burst damage and crowd control, the Symmetra can't gear up to tier 3, and even if she does, you have a DPS
yeah, having more heroes is good. I think we all agree with that, right?
dump that's a faster time to kill.
Me and Megamon ran double shield a few days ago, and then we won, so therefore double shield's in fact giga oppressive. Still, I'm sorry to say, yeah, okay, yeah, RPG, team comp builder, etc, right?
And hers. The only answer to that playstyle in Overwatch 1 October is Roadhog, and often the Symmetra is going to be safe or have protection tanks to counter Roadhog, who's a little situational in any iteration.
So you don't actually need open queue because there is enough variance in the tank category now. Is that your argument? Because you started talking about open queue, then you just started talking about being able to flex to counter things. But then you started talking about the ways that you would flex to counter things within your category if you have more tank heroes. So like,
of Overwatch 1 Roadhog. Marvel Rivals has these issues too, where there's a lot of easy characters that are just corny.
Having more healthy heroes is good. Having more Freya the Sojourn, not so much. No, agreed entirely with that. But what we're talking about the variance between heroes within the role, right? The reason why Freya and Sojourn are so boring is there is no variance between the heroes in the role given by them. They're just more of the same for the most part. And that's kind of like my biggest critique of quite a lot of the Overwatch 2 tanks in general, and quite a lot of the Overwatch 2 DPS in general. They aren't specialized in any way, so they don't add anything meaningful.
But because you can freely swap and there's lots of characters, that is more important than the balance. You see, Symmetra had so many eras where she was just useless or overly gimmicky that they gave her that tier up charge mechanic, which is why I hate balance in a way, because she has to get those stats so that her win rate doesn't look too bad. So when she does win,
No, that wasn't to do with... They were struggling really... It wasn't to do with win rate. They were struggling really, really, really badly on making her actually do anything healthy. And they still are struggling really, really, really badly with making her do anything healthy. Like, it's a real struggle to make this character work properly. I think it's... the tearing up of the weapons is more akin to a tank, kind of like a role. I think the turrets are more akin to kind of like a support kind of a role, where you hold angle, or a tank kind of a role. And yet she's in the DPS category. It's a really tough thing to get around. She's just kind of a conglomeration of loads of different things. And saying that, well, the problem with Symmetra is just that they had to make her good and like make her strong in order to have good percentage. It's not necessarily true. I think they were struggling regardless of her win rate.
she has to auto-win without any effort at all. It's even less effort than a Wolverine in Marvel Rivals, who at least has to make a dive pincer on you. At least you have to specialize in his movement, and you're always free to counterpick and play less tanks against an anti-tank character. Let's just be real for a second. The devs never really acknowledged anti-tank mechanics in the game. So I acknowledge to some degree if they just add the Overwatch 2 heroes in...
Yeah, they never acknowledged anti-tank mechanics in the game, but that's because nobody really talked about them that often. Like, they haven't acknowledged anything in their balancing from back then. So, like, what are we talking about? They acknowledged anti-tank in loads of different situations now. You can't just teleport us back in time and say the game was bad with 5 years less development. I mean, yeah, sure, but can we talk about the things that make this good or bad in and of itself as a product, right?
To the mix, 6v6 role queue would be improved, but I still think the general design and balance philosophy of Overwatch 1 here, even in the corrected power creep era, is just really, really bad in comparison to Overwatch 2's balance. I think...
How is Symmetra any better in Overwatch 2 than in this mode? Please explain to me how Symmetra is any different in any meaningful way compared to this mode. It's exactly the same. So what are you talking about, right? Like, yeah, you got perks so you can pick around it and you can pick less tanks is your answer. And the answer to that is she's still unhealthy, right? Like, if you can hate specifically on tank, it's still unhealthy and she still can't do that. So, like, what?
Thing I praise Marvel Rivals for is there's so many characters that can just go on any part of the map that is good for them easily and then be effective. Well,
no, there isn't. That's absolute horseshit. Go on any part of the map that's good for them. You stand on main and you shoot the enemy team from main and you do a slight off angle every now and again with your full health bar, then you go back to main. That's the Marvel Rivals gameplay loop. There is no other loop. It is disincentivized in every single way to go off on an angle.
Overwatch has some flyers, not as many as they have in Rivals. And while it does have flankers, dive heroes are harder in Overwatch and tend to need tank help to be effective, whereas they're way easier in Rivals, perhaps even too easy, right? Like, we talk about the player base evolving the game over time. Well, months later, when the casuals learned Spider-Man, the casual supports stopped having a good time pretty quickly. Well, that complaint was about...
What's he on about?
The tank experience for many years in Overwatch 1 due to the stuns, focus fire, anti-tank kit, and just take your pick on what you don't like. And then furthermore, to this player base evolving point, here's a game on Nepal I had where I think
I'm actually enjoying tanking more in this mode than on live. I understand what you're saying about the anti-tank kits. I think that's a valid point to be making. But like, it kind of does have the same amount of flyers. Yeah, it's really weird. He's just talking about the variance between the heroes, and I forgot what point he started on. He went from flyers to flankers to tanks. You've really got to pay attention to when he says because in his argument, because that's a linking thing from one thought to the other. And every time he says because, he's already abandoned that train of thought, or that train of thought's got so far away that you have to explain the new thing. And he gets nested in his because argument, so he's like 3 layers of because deep, and he's not talking about the same thing anymore, right? I need to go back to work out what the fuck he's talking about.
Those are harder in Overwatch and tend to need tank help to be effective, whereas they're way easier in Rivals, perhaps even too easy, right? Like, we talk about...
I don't think flankers are hard in Overwatch compared to Rivals. Does any... Like, is that a thing? Like, right? Is that a thing?
The player base evolving the game over time. Well, months later, when the casuals learned Spider-Man, the casual supports stopped having a good time pretty quickly. Well, that complaint was about the tank experience for many years in Overwatch 1 due to the stun.
The fuck are you talking about? How do we get to tank?
Learned Spider-Man, the casual supports stopped having a good time pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Well, that
so he's talking about... He's comparing flankers oppressing supports to tank hate mechanics oppressing tanks? Question mark? Is that the comparison he's making?
Complaint was about the tank experience for many years in Overwatch 1 due to the stuns, focus fire, anti-tank kit, and just take your pick on what you don't like. And then further,
I mean, sure, yeah, there's quite a lot of tank hate in the game. Specifically things like Brig before, but we kind of removed most of that. I definitely think Orisa pull was problematic, and I think that needed to be changed in some way, shape, or form. I think Roadhog was problematic, and that needed to be changed in some way, shape, or form. Apart from that, I'm like thinking about the tank hate. Are you specifically thinking about Flashbang and Hack? Because that's the only other two things that I can think of that are tank hate in this October patch that aren't live now. And even then, I'd rather play it with the Flashbang than not. I don't know if anyone else agrees or disagrees with that. I think the flashbang is actually a good mechanic to keep unchecked tanks at bay. And to stop tanks going infinite into the enemy team and require some resources. I don't like it. You don't like flashbang? I like flashbang. I think it could be toned down to our version where it's half stun, half what is it, hinder. I think it'd be toned down to that version. But yeah, The thing is, if you don't have the flashbang, it creates less incentives to put more resources into the tank at the front line, and therefore you end up with a more like homogenized, less like extreme game, right? I think Flash is a good version of utility for DPS cast. I have no problem with Flash. I think there's very little things that I would change in terms of the amount of CC into tanks in this mode. That's my answer. Bull runs rampant without Flash as the other one. He just rolls around completely uninteractive. Flash is the only, like, just a thing for interaction. Some perhaps should not be 6 seconds too. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think Sombra Hack would be good as 6 seconds of ultimate lockout, but maybe like 1 or 2 seconds of regular lockout. I think that's probably true. I'd like Sombra to still have some strategy on who she's hacking based on the ultimate rotations. I think that was the interesting part of her. But yeah.
furthermore, to this player base evolving point, here's a game on Nepal I had where I think we played every single archetype of comp you can imagine. I wanted to test out Old Hog. They have double shield, which people often forget wasn't just Orisa Sigma, but even in October.
Yes, it was. Nobody called the other things double shield. Like that's not double shield. Like just having 2 shields is not double shield. Double shield was very specifically referring to the poke variant. If we're talking about Reinhardt, Winston and shit like that, sure, like you can talk about it, but don't call it double shield. Just say that they had these characters with a lot of shields.
After they nerfed Orisa to be mostly situational, then a new archetype emerged where Rhine Sigma.
I love calling the Bastion cart strat double shield. Yeah. There's a reason Zarya Winston got called double bubble, not double shield. Exactly.
Was actually very good. So these players on the enemy team, especially as how they swapped, are probably like competitive Overwatch fans, which is a higher percentage of the player base now than was way back when Overwatch had more of a casual player base. A bigger percentage of all of our players in our game have watched competitive content, watched guide content, learned what the synergies and counters are, and we've all leveled up together. But that means our ability to know how to tech swap or team comp swap and play the MOBA team comp builder game.
Get the bingo out, guys. Get the bingo out. He can't help himself.
Is quite advanced. They go double shield, so I go a hyper dive character, Wrecking Ball, who gets behind them. They go stuns and
hyper dive. It's a new super type of dive. Hyper dive.
Poke. I go Sigma, who is anti-poke.
And your
really
point
need
is,
those of you who are boundly determined to believe that 5v5 and 6v6 is radically different when it comes to the tank interactions.
They are. Yeah, of course they are.
Explain to me how this enemy Roadhog didn't have a bad time against my picks, or just in general. When you look at the arc of all of the rounds that are played, it's a very competitive quote-unquote game. My ball counters their Rhine Sig. They try to Roadhog.
Ball counters the Rhine Sig.
And in fact, I conclude that I'll just
they Roadhog.
Just do more against the extreme high offense of the enemy team by having defense matrix and be more mobile, even though you might assume that there's...
My man literally picks Diva Zarya, the world-renowned worst comp in the mode. And it's like, aha, I'm counter-swapping the enemy Roadhog.
some anti-synergy with my teammate going Zarya. D.Va is just a 6v6 world eater tank, which also kind of tosses the balance argument out of the equation for 6v6. But
yeah, there's one problem. Therefore, balancing 6v6 is unachievable. Haha, got you. Ha! You see. I got my point. Yeah, screw you.
And all of these same counterpick tanks shenanigans happens in 5v5 Giga tanks. I'm aware, but isn't it mostly the same in 6?
No, it's not mostly the same. You're talking about specifically counter-swapping. I'm happy to talk about counter-swapping. Counter-swapping in 5v5 has had literally 4 years of development put into it to try and stop it. Maybe really 2 years of development, but realistically, I think that the Season 9, I think the perks, I think the tanks getting bigger, I think all of these things, I think all of them came into the game specifically because there was so little depth in the tank category that they needed to stop the counter-swapping. In this mode, I don't think counter-swapping really matters that much at all. I think you through by going D.Va. I don't think it really does anything to the Roadhog. So what are we talking about here? Yeah, sure, counter-swapping still exists, but if... I don't know. The question is, do you want some kind of like... do you want to be able to counter swap at least half of your tank line? Or do you want to be in a situation when you're on support and your tank is being counterpicked into the enemy team in 5v5 and they don't swap and you just lose because they're stupid, right? Like, what are we doing? The soft counters are, yeah, soft counters are good in the game. But like, we want soft counters to be in the game. Counter swapping's only bad when it's so extreme that it shuts down options, right? We want as many options as possible, as many valid options. And sure, like, some things are going to be more or less valid than each other, but we want everything to be within a ballpark of playability. That's kind of the idea. In 5v5, to get things within the ballpark of playability, what we had to do was completely change the fucking game, because the format was vapid. In 6v6, you don't necessarily have to do that, because a lot of other things. Yeah, sure, you can get into a situation, which is a bad situation, I do think it should be fixed in this mode, where your allied tank picks Roadhog and you're fucked. That can happen. It can happen. There's a lot less valid possibilities when certain like characters are picked. I think maybe with our 2 years of development, we could have done something about that, such as Blizzard never attempted at any point in the history of the video game. So, like, yeah. It's a hard one. Hard counters should only exist when the entire team swaps to that counterplay. Yeah. Ultimately, if you are hard countered by the entire enemy team, they should be losing value in other places to a certain point. Never heard your take on Season 9 changes because everyone else praises that, and I think it aged magnificently, and I feel like I'm in a simulation. It's a hard one, Season 9. Like, it's a hard one because people really don't get the explanation. Like, I went on with Spylo and talked about it, and people didn't he didn't get the explanation, which is a crying shame. The trouble with the Season 9 changes is essentially the time it takes to heal someone back to full has been purposely increased, and that affects different healers at different intensity of healing differently. So, for instance, Mercy being able to hold somebody at an angle by holding left click has been completely removed from the game because of the DPS passes and the higher health pools. Whereas the alternative that we do instead of that, and I agree that is in some way oppressive, holding somebody in an angle infinitely, is what we do is we damage boost that person in an angle until they lose health, then we abandon them. I think the games are in a much better state when it's more actively moving back and forth in the health pools, right? I do agree that what that causes is it causes the game to be a bit more sharp for low-ranked players. I think that's something people need to talk about. But realistically, everything becomes more like pushy. It becomes more bursty. It doesn't change the game in a way that I think is interesting. It just means that every single person, when they step out on an angle at full health, can always do something, which I don't think needs to be true. I don't think that needs to be true. Basically, Overwatch is a game about using support resources in different ways, and Season 9 made that more boring. That's basically the take.
6v6, and actually worse in role queue in my opinion, because you have is the balance argument out of the equation for 6v6, but and all of these same counterpick tanks shenanigans happens in 5v5 Giga tanks, I'm aware, but isn't it mostly the same in 6v6, and actually worse in role queue in my opinion, because you have to take it, you have to opt into some tanks. There is no opting out of the 2-2-2 mirror match.
No, I don't think it's worse in any meaningful way. I understand what you're saying about being able to swap off of 2-2-2. Realistically, swapping off of 2-2-2 is such a minor situation that it almost never is better. So it doesn't really matter, is the answer. Sure, I understand the argument that you feel like you can have more control of the game by swapping off 2-2-2. But realistically, I don't think there's that much of a gain in that way. Not worse, but different. But even then, the tanks don't counter tanks. Yeah, that's one of the main things that people forget that the major part of the countering in 5v5 was an entire team countering a tank because the tanks were bigger. That gets removed in this one. Sure, there's soft counters in all forms, and the soft counter can stack up into one of your tanks, but then you have the opportunity of either swapping your tank or the other person helping you. Yeah, we had to remove unhelpful tank combos. I agree.
I never wanted roll queue originally, settled for it, but what I wanted was open queue draft, and still do. Even if you swap mid-round, I would like draft, because you could draft, let's say, I don't know, 10 to 12 heroes for your roster for the given round, but still only swap between them, effectively banning out a good portion of the roster. That's my dream format, or some variation of that. We've already seen...
Yeah, would Freedo say that he wants more MOBA Team Comp Builder in the game because he can't MOBA Team Comp Builder the way he wants to? Or should Freedo just play the fucking video game in the format he's given? Yeah, like, it's always the open queue argument. Oh, but if we do open queue, then we can't pick 1 tank, 3 DPS, and 2 supports, or 3 tanks, 3 supports. And the answer is, every time, do you want to? Like, is that actually fun for you? Like, are you okay? 2-2-2 is, I'm gonna say, very much the best way to play these games, and I feel like there's very small amounts of variation that are actually enjoyable.
Big boon that Hero Bands does, and this is just a little bit more extra steps. Hero Bands plus a picking draft. Slightly longer in that time, but I swear it'll make the best Overwatch ever. This counter picking point, I don't know why it's controversial. Why have I taken years to convince anybody about this? Counter picking in...
Because it's wrong, and you just keep saying it.
6v6, especially roll queue, is easier to do and more effective.
That's just not true. That's absolute horseshit. And you should feel bad about yourself. Absolute horseshit. Sure, I mean, like, the 5v5 has had the entire game morphed around it to make counter-swapping not a thing. And in order to do that, what they've had to do is they've had to increase the tank health pool to such a and the lethality to such a ludicrous degree that they just interact with each other less. Basically, but that's what they've done. They've made it so that they're less interactive. That's basically it. They've made them big fucking meat sticks, and they have to make them big fucking meat sticks to stop the counter swapping. So yeah, counter swapping is worse in the 6v6 game mode compared to a game mode that had been purposely constructed around stopping it. Sure, if you want it, if you want that as your claim, go for it. It's okay. If you I don't know, man. It's such a weird claim that counter swapping is worse than 6v6. I think there's a problem in both modes. There can be a problem in both modes. I think soft countering should be a thing. I think hard countering and the reduction of options shouldn't be a thing. Is that fair to say? I fully do appreciate that 6v6 gives some limitations. I think they should be removed in any way that they can, in terms of tank combinations.
Because in 5v5, you can always opt out of the tank trade. When there's 6 players, the team fights are so contested into chokes.
In 5v5, you can always opt out of the tank trade. Do you know what that actually means? That means that the game has been constructed so that you don't have to do the tank trade, right? Like, sure, like... That's cool, but like doing the tank trade in general is just bad now, unless you clearly win it. And then you can opt out of doing the tank trade. Of course you can opt out of doing the tank trade in 6v6. Of course you can. You can off angle, you can do interesting stuff. You can go and do a duo play with a DPS. That's opting out the tank trade. What are we talking about, right?
That you have to clear the tanks, otherwise the tanks will gum you up, often protecting the things you think you could counter. I had a game on jump.
I don't think you have to deal with the tanks in 6v6. Yeah, I don't think you have to. 5v5 you means? Maybe you meant to say that? Maybe I misspoke.
Junkertown, where I was quickly reminded just how oppressive Widowmaker is, even more oppressive in 6v6.
Absolute fucking horseshit. Bollocks. What the fuck are you talking about, Freedo? Is the Widowmaker in the room with you right now? What are you talking about? Oh, nobody agrees with you. This is not true. What, like, what? How in 5v5, do you know what happens? A bull swaps and goes and deals with the Widow. The bull slams the Widow. The bull kills the Widow. The bull sits on her every single fucking time she respawns. The Widow has 30 deaths. The bull has no deaths. And the bull's team loses because dealing with it as a tank is such a large proportion of the actual value your team can have. It doesn't even matter if you dealt with it. At least in 6v6, it's a proportional amount of value by pushing them out. Jesus Christ, that's just not true. What the hell are you talking about?
Because of this exact premise. So whether it's the Symmetra who's hiding behind her tank line, who's outplaying my tank line, or Widowmaker hiding behind her tank line, the extra...
A Widowmaker hiding behind a tank line? What the fuck are you talking about? Didn't Spilo test this in a video? Forgot what he said. If trying to get at a Widow with 2 tanks protecting her is more annoying. Yeah, but if the Widow's also got a Sigma shield on her, for instance, and a Sigma being close to her, that angle is by default a bigger proportion of the amount of stuff, and it's more telegraphed, and you can play around it. Yeah, sure, if you double shield into a Widow, the Widow can't move, but by that default, the Widow is on main. Widow is most powerful when the Widow is away from your team, because that pressure is so sharp that she demands a lot of threat. When the Widow is with part of the team, right, like maybe we say Sigma Widow on an off angle and then the rest of the team on main, the demand to deal with that Widow immediately is lessened because you can play into the other part. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Like, sure, like tanks can protect a Widow. I have never seen a tank protect a Widow in a good place in 6v6. I don't, like, until you get to Masters at the very least, I've never seen it happen. In all ranks, 6v6 makes it easier to deal with the Widow, apart from maybe high GM. If we're talking about maybe high GM, they're getting a shield and a support at the same time. Like, what are we talking about? 2 tanks protecting the Widow is easier to deal with because you can tank trade in a way that makes them move away from the space. Yep. Can't fight someone else if Widow is main, unlike 5v5. Freedo's so brave-rotted, he thinks a Sigma or Rhine are just going to sit there and protect her, like protection of the primary part of a tank's job. Hate hearing Freedo talk about, yeah.
Players, and the more solidified the formation becomes, the stronger and more protected those key star picks that counter the entire map. And
right now, if you were playing Widow, would you go and walk down here and stand here? And do you think that would be good? That's my question to you. Right now, if I was playing Widow, should I be protected? Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, sure. Sigma's here, Widow's here. That's oppressed. That can be oppressive. 100% agree. Currently not happening. Doesn't really happen in general. And even in that scenario, I'd say throwing a Winston at that combo actually does a reasonable amount to stop it. And if there's 2 people here and you have to throw a bubble in with the Winston in order to stop them being able to do that, then sure, that's a really good resource trade and we're happy with that. And your answer probably going to be, oh, but my team's playing Roadhog. Okay, well, they're probably over here if they're a good player, putting pressure on that way. And maybe you're over here as a Sigma putting on pressure that way. And the Widow can't do shit. She just doesn't do shit from her angle if you put a little bit of pressure on her. You just eat through the shield. It is so much easier to deal with in 6v6. This is absolute insanity.
And/or team become. This is less of an issue in Rivals because the impact of everything is so much lower. A handful of burst options exist, yes, but most of the game is very brawly. High stats, high healing, high sustain, but long cooldowns.
Yeah, most of the game is just staring at each other on main, waiting for ults to happen.
It makes the impact very low most of the time, except in these extreme niche situations. Like Black Panther gets burst when he's low. Penny does no damage until you jump into her traps and then insta-kills you. late stage Overwatch 1, everything felt like it insta-killed you. Because remember, they power crept the game to deal with goats, then didn't revert it when they put it to roll queue. Just left it that way. October tuned it back.
No, I agree.
Back to make more things viable. That is true. Like, imagine this. Here.
Okay. So.
You know, I'm complaining about this Nepal game, right? As being a counter pickathon, we would have loved that in October. We would have said, oh my God, so many viable alternative strategies. We didn't have to just meta lock one.
It wasn't a counter pickathon. It's only a counter pickathon because you're doing it. I'd say that the point and the thing that's good about this October patch was that you didn't have to counter pick and everything was viable. He's like, well, everything's more or less at the same level, so I get to counter pick them more. And I'm like, that's the opposite of the truth, right? Like, if everything's really highly varied, then you have to counterpick them more. Like, they fixed it. And he's like, well, in this mode, it's still Overwatch 1, so something, we don't have as many years of development. There's barely any counterpicking in this mode. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Combo. Yet when that same thing happens in 5v5, we say that it's broken game design, 5v5 is terrible. Well, the same thing happened in the 66 patch we said we liked. Well, we only had this patch.
We're doing 6v6 still OP.
That's for a month, and then in 10 minutes.
Yeah, because the Widow's just standing on an angle on her own.
So playing it.
Widow's still OP?
In Overwatch 2, people are breaking it already. That's how much better our community is.
Who's breaking it?
That's what I'm trying to say.
What are you on about?
When we hate the game that we have and think it was somehow better before. Because when it comes to the classic Overwatch patches, I think this might be one of my least favorite. Because it makes me remember how much I hated that year and a half.
It's you know when you have a certain amount of cognitive dissonance, it makes you have a headache, right? That's his problem, right?
Of power creep Overwatch. And this is the tuned down version, supposedly. The intensity of the stun stacking, the CC stacking, the big bursts of focus fire. I mean, ugh. Especially when you can now compare.
It's literally just flash and hack. That's literally flash and hack. Maybe May freeze. You can say May freeze, but like, how often are people picking May in this? Like Doomfist? Yeah, Doomfist is problematic. Sure. So.
To Marvel Rivals, right? Like, I think Rivals plays more brawly with sustain. I can handle that. At least if you're going to say you have lots of abilities.
Rivals plays AFK until ults are on the field, yeah.
In your gameplay, you're going to slowly craft a brawl over time, getting values out of your defense and focus fire, and it takes a while. Like, there's a few characters that can burst, but for the most part, it's not all about burst. Whereas this era of Overwatch 2, there was so many ways to quickly burst things down or quickly save.
Yeah, there was actually a neutral play that mattered. Like, Rivals neutral does not matter in any way, shape, or form. And you go back into a mode where, like, actually being able to kill people is available. And you're like, oh, there's so much burst. Like, what? Sure, there's burst. That's good. Is it not? Do we not like the game having ability to kill people? Like, what?
Save them. I seem to remember that it was the impression that Bunker was weak in this because they had just addressed it.
It is weak in this.
So characters like Baptiste and Orisa weren't getting played by the
because they were bad.
Player base.
We played Orisa just a little bit ago. She was bad, right? Not great. Fine. Like, it's an okay character. She was really boring, to be honest. But, like, it's fine. But it's not good.
Back then. But now, this new player base playing the patch again.
Isn't Marvel Rivals just your Roadhog theorem, but on crack? Hit markers even though nothing happens as a result until ult? Yeah, 100%, yeah. Everyone just stand back. The trouble is, it's not just the Roadhog theorem. The Roadhog theorem is just that everyone likes to shoot Roadhog because it feels good to do. The actual thing in Rivals is that there is no access into the enemy team's backline apart from on long flank routes that enable you to do something apart from shoot the enemy team tanks. So it ends up being ults. Long flank routes and melee DPS are valid. They 100% are valid, but they really do have to sustain in the backline for a very long time to get their value, because once people get to a certain level, they just press their not die button and they don't die.
And I've played against or played as Baptiste quite a lot, and holy cow, is his kit overkitted. Try to remember
but not in sustain. Remember, not in sustain.
Ruined this October patch that everyone liked by buffing Batiste and making
Yes, his sustain.
the 1080p
Sorry, his sustain.
window. This was the last chance he had to be somewhat balanced, and I swear Lamp has more health and duration in this version of the game. It
Yes, that's bad. We should roll that back even more. But we were moving in the right direction.
feels like it anyway. It's so much more oppressive in this iteration than in Overwatch 2 5v5. And people will always look at every flaw they see in Overwatch 2 5v5 and blame 5 players on it. Yet when we go back to the 6v6 patch, do we do the opposite back? Do we say, well, because it's 6v6 and nonsense, well, now Lamp's got to be...
Well, I'll have you know that some people on your side are being disingenuous, so I'm allowed to be as disingenuous as I want.
10 minutes long. Of course not. It's because in our community, for some reason, we commit an almost Overwatch 1 naturalistic fallacy, where if it happened in Overwatch 1 in 6v6, we just ignore it. It's
No, we look at this, we say, this is currently better than live Overwatch, despite all of the failings, because there is a lot to gain from the 6v6 mode when it's not hilariously unbalanced for that one patch. Which everyone seems to agree with. Anyone that's done 6v6 seems to like this mode. I like this mode. This mode is fun. It has problems. The problems are Doomfist. The problems are, yeah, sure, a little bit Symmetra. The problems are Roadhog. But, like, can we fix these problems? Probably with very little effort. Probably less effort than it took to stop 5v5 sucking ass.
normal. It's okay. Another thing I remember about 6v6, especially roll queue, is just the impact of the flex.
Yeah, one of the troubles with 5v5 as well is the 6v6 problems aren't inherent to 6v6. The 5v5 problems are the things that they had to do because the counter-swapping problem could not be solved without doing them. It's a necessity of perks. It's the necessity of massive health pools. It's the necessity of tanks having high single target damage and the ability to insta-kill players for the most part who are DPS or supports. It's like the specific 5v5 problems are problems that can't be solved without these changes, right? The 6v6 problems, name me a 6v6 problem that can't be solved without the 6v6. I mean, Roadhog, right? Tank combinations. Okay, can we just do that? Like, can we just do that?
Support position. The actual balance of this is that a few characters have massive carry impact, particularly the flex support, which often was one of the bigger pro contributors as well. And then everybody else is kind of trying not to be on a pick that makes a mistake or feeding to trade, especially now that we have...
Is that true? The flex support is... Yeah, for sure, flex support is a playmaker in this, 100%. But flex support is still kind of the playmaker in 5v5, isn't it? What we're talking about? Flex support is disproportionately valued in 6v6? I don't think that's true.
Hero bans and ranked both in the 6v6 and in the 5v5 roll queue situation. It makes it more egregious that they went down the route of dog chasing car, chasing hydrant, circular balance philosophy, as opposed to adding hero bans years before even this patch.
Where's my drum? I'm gonna start ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Hero bands are good. Hero bands are good. I love hero bands. Hero bands are good.
Was ever tested. Our perception and reality on these things as players is really skewed. And I think it's important to remember this whenever giving any feedback to the devs about anything, because for the most part, I don't know if anyone actually enjoyed these nostalgia patches more than the main game.
I did. This one's good. Can I keep this one? Can we keep it in the game and start developing the game based off this? Maybe just add some of the good things from Overwatch 2 that they put in and keep it in 6v6 mode. Add the rest of the heroes. Yeah? Greed did as well? Oh, Greed did as well. That's cool. It seems like people generally like it, Freedo. Is that okay?
People say that about Stadium, they say that about Open Queue 6v6 perhaps, but I don't think these nostalgia patches were that good. And a big part of that is all of...
Yeah, a big part of that is that they explicitly did the things that were broken, obviously, right? They're doing like moth meta and goats. Like, no shit. They did the things that are broken. Like, is the original Overwatch at launch better than live? I fucking hope not. If it is, we've really gone backwards. Like, Jesus.
The other improvements that they've put through to the sequel as well. And nobody ever uses the logic that it was because of 5v5 that we got self-heal, for example, a universally...
What's the logic there? For what possible reason would we only get self-heal in 5v5? Please explain. I'd love to know.
appraised mechanic in the game. It only goes one way. If they don't like something in Overwatch 2, it's because of...
No, we're not getting an explanation. 5v5 is just something that inherently allows us to be able to get a self-healing mechanic on players after a couple of seconds. Yeah. All right. Like, what is it? That doesn't mean anything. Like, come on. Like, we could have had the self-heal. Why could we not have the self-heal? Oh, we're not going to explain. We're just going to move on.
The 5v5. And you wouldn't have needed to do it in 6v6. Yet, every 6v6 patch has been a balanced nightmare. Even the one we said was good. This sucks. It's really, really unfun. At least in...
I don't think I'm not enjoying it. Who said they weren't enjoying it in chat? Arathel. Arathel, tell me why you're not enjoying it. Is it the prevalence of Doomfist players? Because that's reducing the enjoyment for me. But I feel like that would settle out after a couple of weeks, to be honest.
Comparison to the modern advancement and expectation of how a hero shooter should play. Marvel Rivals released in a very deliberate balance state, where you have freedom of movement, brawly stats, high healing numbers, but also with some free kills on certain characters. That makes a very approachable game, no matter what role you're trying.
Yeah, and by and whole, all of the people that I think are intelligent about these games moved on from Marvel Rivals, or are feeling a little bit sheepish now that they put so much time into it, and probably would rather swap onto a different game. I'm gonna be honest. Like, the people that have put thousands of hours into Rivals, I don't think many of them that I respect are still enjoying it to that degree. Or if they are saying that they're still enjoying it, I'm a little bit suspicious of how truthful they're being, right? Because people that think properly about these games see the dominance of ultimates. They see the fact that supports, and by the way, another support is now a stand on main and fucking spam healing down the choke support. Like, they see all of this kind of stuff and they understand that, oh, well, I could, yeah, if I play a different game, maybe I could do something different. And that's nice. What's he saying? A lot of my heroes except Mercy feel clunkier than Alive, even if sim damage is crazy high. What are your heroes apart from Sim, Moira? Question mark. I still sustain that old movement of Mercy's was better. Of course it is, yeah. I stopped enjoying Rivals because I know we're a support alt deficit and understand there's no way I can really try to make a play to overcome that. You could into the enemy team backline and gamble, I guess, and maybe get a pick, and then that pick comes back before the enemy support alt's end. Sim, Echo, Mercy, sometimes May. Oh, yeah, I forgot you were a degenerate. Yep. Echo, is Echo that much different? I don't know. Like, I feel like Echo's development would have headed in the same direction, right? May, I get May without freeze is wait, May hasn't been changed in any meaningful way in terms of movement. Echo felt same? I'm not sure. Anyway.
To play. Compare that to October, the best version of 6v6, mind you. Tanks are getting instantly deleted just due to how many tank dumping kits exist in the game, which I think is important to note that it's not a 5v5 or 6v6 thing.
Okay, so what's your solution? Do you want to just increase the healing numbers and make it more rivalsly? Is it good that tanks are immortal in Rivals and do nothing? Is that good? Like, is standing in the front line, just spamming your abilities into the enemy tank, hitting each other with a fucking pool noodle, just like, thwack, 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 and then the enemy tank's like, thwack, thwack, and you're both just standing there like, yeah, we should probably do something else. Is that good? Like, is that like tanking to you? Is that fun? If you don't have the ability to die, you cannot have the ability to do something interesting, right? If you have an immortal tank that can do something interesting, they're oppressive as fuck. So what we have in Rivals is we have tanks that literally do nothing and AFK. That's what we have. Wait for ults, spam ults.
This is just an Overwatch 1 versus 2 thing.
If you die faster, for sure, but if you play smarter, it's not about the same. Yeah, I mean, like, do you want to add an extra 100 health onto every single tank? Do you think that would actually make this mode better, or do you think that would make this mode worse? I mean, the tanks are already controlling quite a lot of space. You want to say in 5v5 you don't have to? Sure, in 5v5 you don't have to. The tanks don't vanish, but realistically, they still control the same amount of space or more as 2 tanks in 6v6 on these health pools. So it's like, pick your poison. I don't think this goes in any way.
Can deny damage almost infinitely. So if you want to play defensive, you can. Queen has almost no defense and is like a more viable, flexible Roadhog. Mauga is a problem child for Overwatch, functions a bit better in 6v6, but ignore him for a moment. Doomfist in Overwatch 2 certainly gives way more agency in the tank role than we thought was possible. Like, looking back to this, yes, Wrecking Ball is obnoxious with his hyper dive, but Doomfist, his freedom of movement is omnidirectional. Ball is kind of limited on where he can
I love it when characters have no weaknesses and can do anything they want. Yaha!
go, and putting a percentage-based block on a dive character and burst damage with Doomfist, like, that's the kind of tools that, honestly, as much as I don't like Doomfist in Overwatch 2, I'd much rather have him be a tank in this mode rather than him be a damage, where he's kind of glass but easily one-hits things. So
I don't know. I feel like the ability to stand on main and then just every couple of seconds just fucking tap the enemy tank and knock them out of anything they're doing is really obnoxious. I think tank Doomfist and DPS Doomfist are problematic. I don't like either of them. I don't like the block mechanic. I don't like the empowered punch. I don't like the left click. There's a lot of things on Doomfist that are problematic. I prefer DPS Doom if he's balanced right. It's hard because we haven't really seen a version of DPS Doom that's balanced well enough, right?
Being said, I do think this version of the game with roll queue would be improved with the tanks that we added to Overwatch 2, but still, even with that being the case, I think roll queue is so limiting. Going back to the October patch, the one thing that I think I take as a big benefit is that...
So if you think it would be better with the extra tanks, why are we talking about this mode in a vacuum without the extra tanks added? Why are we just like, well, of course this game's terrible, it doesn't have the extra tanks? I mean, it would be fixed if it did. Is that an interesting take, or is that just like saying nothing, right? Like, of course, if this type of balance ever went live, we'd have the extra tanks, of course.
2CP should just come back in some form, especially with our advanced player base. If we can handle Clash...
I disagree.
Why can't we...
If we can handle Clash, we can't handle Clash, Freedo. Nobody can handle Clash. Nobody wants to play that shit.
Handle 2CP. Clash is also not that competitive, but I find both of the maps for either of these...
The problem with 2CP is too competitive. I mean, what do you mean by competitive anyway? Like, what do you mean by competitive? How measured and your approach to things have to be? Is that what you mean? It doesn't necessarily mean that's more competitive. It doesn't really mean anything to say it's more competitive. Can a map be competitive? I mean, yeah, I mean, if there's insta-kill mechanics everywhere, I guess it's not competitive that are part of the map. But realistically, the competitiveness is made by the player base more than anything else.
Uncompetitive, unbalanced modes rather fun. And since they've added so many freaking game modes, I don't see how it's going to be a problem to have yet another. All in all, I'd say with the addition of hero bands finally in Overwatch 2, I think it improved.
Yeah, the classic, with the addition of game modes, I don't see a problem with another. Oh, great take. Yeah, the game's already drunk like this much poison, splitting it player base like 4 different ways between like arcade, quick play, competitive, and 6v6 competitive and stadium. So that's 5 in total. What if we just add another? What's the issue, right? It's not like queue times are getting worse and worse in every single mode because our player base is split so much, right? Just keep drinking the poison. It hasn't killed you yet, right?
Proves either the open queue 6v6 or especially the 5v5 format, which as far as roll queue goes, I think is objectively better than 6v6 roll queue. And going back to the October 2020 patch, I realized how much of my hatred for the MOBA team comp builder-a-thon that was Overwatch 1 was due to that power creep era of the game that wasn't actually fixed by October 2020. I had just gotten used to it enough by that time to...
And it's good that they did, like, it's good that they started, right? It's a shame they didn't continue. It's a shame that they reverted it. So his conclusion is this very clearly is the best version of 6v6 Overwatch from back then, and it could be made better very easily.
To understand it's just the nature of the game. And now that we don't have to play the game anymore, I don't want to go back to that. I'm curious where they're taking the 6v6 tests moving forward. They kind of haven't talked about it. Everyone, I think, is assuming that they're just done with 6v6 open being back, but this classic patch is in a continuation of their big 6v6 tests, mind you. Supposedly, it was still in the cards for them to revert back to 6v6, and I want to definitively say that I do not want 6v6 roll queue. Not to mention, we don't really know what the queue times will do for this mode because they are putting challenges and cosmetic rewards. People do get in to play it, so the queue times are minimal for all 3 roles. However, it's
I mean, there's only 8 tanks in the game. The queue times are going to be bad for tank. That's just how it is.
also on the quick play standard that they've really improved the queue times in Overwatch 2 in general by making matchmaking a lot wider, I think, especially for
They made the game shitter. That's basically it. Like, you have a very simple 1-to-1 ratio of how good the games are versus how long the queues are.
So I'm unsure what a ranked version of this would look like when it comes to queue times to begin with. That it makes me even more afraid, but the gameplay alone, I think, is just not the way we should go. Either it should be more open and you let hero bans sort it out in 6v6 open, or more tightly balanced and admittedly simplistic, but importantly reliable in 5v5 roll queue, which, especially with the addition of hero bans now, you actually do get to have.
So why is 5v5 roll queue good? Thank you, Alice. Nice to meet you.
Fun games with good matchups where the enemy can't just easily pick the strongest matchup against you, with the slight downside that certain heroes are definitely disproportionately hated and targeted by the player base, but we knew that that was a small price to pay. Guys, let me know what you think about the state of the game right now, especially in comparison to the fabled October 2020 patch. Those nostalgia goggles are looking like drunk goggles to me. If you enjoyed the video, please be sure to leave it a like.
Can we just list like the problems he actually has with this mode? Right? So his problems are counter swapping, which I think is absolute bollocks. Stuns, which I think realistically, I think we all agree that stuns should be toned down a little bit. Especially Sombra and Doomfist definitely need toning down. I don't think Doomfist I think Doomfist is probably in his best state right here, better than Tank Doomfist, but realistically, they're both pretty problematic. What other actual takes did he have here? Heroes, there's not enough heroes in the game. We should probably add them in with this balance. Bap and Brig. I genuinely, like, he has no points. MOBA team comp builder. The classic, the game's a MOBA team comp builder and I want it to be open queue so I can MOBA team comp builder better is such a weird take to me that seems to disagree with itself, but whatever. I just don't think he has any points. Absolute insanity, man. Absolute insanity. Oh yeah, Widow is good. He talked about wanting hero bans and drafts for ages. Pretty sure he just hates Overwatch. I don't think so. Like, he's obviously here for a reason. He could have moved on to Rivals for good. Biggest issue he's got diff. Let's go comments. 60's open queue with hero bans are the most fun I've ever had in Overwatch 2, and it's not even close. Okay. There are a lot of things I don't like about current Overwatch, but going back to this mode make me appreciate how good the game is right now. Sure. You can tell that... Sorry, I've already started disliking things. You can tell this patch brought back trauma. Yeah, true. The game has shaped the player base just as much as the other way around. Early Overwatch offered a lot of alternative ways to play the game and win other than shooting enemies, which attracted a lot of players from other genres who don't normally play FPS games. However, most of those players got pushed out the Overwatch player base after the devs started gutting and removing most of their accessibility-focused game mechanics. Yeah, I think I agree entirely with that. Oh, it's Abby. To be fair, the patch isn't even a proper remake of October 2020. There's so much wrong with it, quality of life-wise. It's insane. Genji camera lock in dash. Oh, Floaty's talking to you. Lucio no wall ride boost. Brig is very clunky with animations. A lot of people are noticing it. It's just an emulation of the patch rather than an actual revisit to 1-to-1. Doom had this awkward lock in place when he uppercuts. It's so stupid. Yeah. To be honest, no one's saying that the October 2020 is better than current Overwatch. I am, if you just add the heroes in. I'd be saying that. Yeah, I'd be saying that. You make it sound like that's the argument, but it's not. It's the best version of Overwatch 1, which is true. You're comparing an almost 5-year-old patch to a game that had been continuously updated in 2022. Not fair, of course. All of the things we got from Overwatch 2 add up. It'd be crazy if they didn't. Imagine a game not getting better despite getting continuous updates for 3 years. What people are arguing is that Overwatch 2 could have been even better had it not gone to 5v5 and continued on the October 2020 patch. Who says we... Yeah, 100%. Entirely true. Thank you very much for the tier 1 spot. Very much appreciated. Left a nice comment. No brigading, no brigading. Yeah, why would we not get the support passive? I'd say there's a good chance we've gotten it in 6v6 as well. This is something we cannot objectively confirm nor deny. Truth is, Overwatch 2 was a serious step back from Overwatch 1. So many features were removed, so many promises were broken. Where were those promised weapon inspects? I don't really care. I don't really want the weapon inspects. They don't really add value to me. And the mobile game level scummy monetization put a serious sour taste in people's mouths. Of course, I'm the first to agree that current day Overwatch 2 is leagues better than Overwatch 1 ever was. But again, it wouldn't be insane if it wasn't given the time and effort that has gone into the game since 2022. It's just saying that you're comparing two completely different things, which most importantly not the point most people are trying to make when discussing the patch. That's very even-handed. Personally, to me, I'd say that this patch is significantly better if you just add the heroes in. I think there are significant downgrades to a load of different heroes in the live version than in this version. I think that it's a mixed bag. And the fact that it's a mixed bag after 5 years of development is just sad, right? Right, it's just sad. I just like it now. There you go. You can have an update. Mode is great, feels great to play. Fair, tanks die, which confirms what I felt about Overwatch 2 6v6 tanks. They're still too strong, but if you play well, the skill expression is immense. It's such a breath of fresh air. Yeah, 100%. So 10 times better than 5v5. Anything better than 5v5. Played Overwatch 1 since Season 4 and I wanted to give the 6v6ers the benefit of the doubt. Took me 2 games to remember the complete BS that happened in these lobbies. It's unreal how much people have forgotten the headaches of not having a decent team comp. Even if the patch is labelled as peak Overwatch, it wasn't like that for the rest of us. A lot of you may prefer this version of the game or even 6v6 open queue. Love that for you. Oh my god. But I do not want to be gaslit again. I'm not going to be gaslit again over what the majority of the community's experience was for the majority of Overwatch 1 from 2020 to 2022. I just think that you have Roadhog PTSD from Priority Pass. That's what I feel like you have. Like, the game is in its best state, sans Roadhog. Like, just fix the Roadhog stuff. It's not that hard. You see the dev blog with the ban statistics? Nope, I have not. You want to link it? The way you play him is art. That's getting a downvote. Really good takes here. Downvote. Boss man. I can't think of a single reason that the healing passive wouldn't have been implemented if we didn't go to 5v5. Guaranteed he reads it. Insanity. I see you're still coping about Overwatch 1 being much more fun and better than Overwatch 2. Oh. Okay, cool. We've got hero band stats. Weekly recall, hero bands. Welcome to Weekly Recall. It's our blog series in which we spotlight a particular topic close to our developers' hearts, including details on some of the changes, latest changes to Quick Play, Comp, and Stadium. Expect data deep dives. Let me just change this. Gavin's helping to kick things off. Okay, let's just skip to the stats. Hello, everyone. As we're halfway through Season 16, I want to go into hero bans data for the last couple of weeks, provided by our Global Insights team and server engineers. Seeing how you have approached hero bans so far across different platforms, regions, and rankings have been incredibly fun. Are you ready to geek out over some numbers with me? PC bans across all ranks. So, Sombra's... Widow actually not being banned as much as I thought they would be. Freya's up there. I wonder if that's after Freya got released or including before. Zarya is the tank banned. I can see that. Zarya's quite obnoxious. Doomfist, Bull, Diva. And then Anna gets the most bans. I always knew Anna was going to get the most bans. Mercy... Represent Mercy banners. get screwed. Moira Zen, yeah, that makes sense. Moira because they're obnoxious. If you ban Mercy, you have to ban Moira too because that's the second pick for the Mercy players. Sombra released a PC plaque with an impressive 85% ban rate, followed by Zarya at 59% and Doomfist at 43%. On console, Sombra's banned even more with a 93% rate. This is console. 93% ban rate. Fucking hell. Man, Jesus. It looks like still pretty much the same on console. Malga's moved up a fair bit. Doomfist is being banned a bit less. Mercy gets the top pick. Oh, it's so funny. No. On PC, our newest hero is dashing through the wind to catch up the pack, earning a 27% ban rate. Freya's ban rate by day is climbing steadily. I'm glad they put this out. This is such a self-report, man. She remained a pretty low ban rate on console, though. Yeah, because nobody can aim. Fair enough. It'll take people a lot longer to adapt on console. The least banned hero is Baptiste at 0.16%, and the least banned hero on console is Hanzo. There's some big differences based on rank. Here's what the graph looks like for PC at Masters and above. Interesting. So Masters and above. So Masters and above, yeah, Freya just completely takes over. Gets banned at like 75+%. Diva gets banned. So basically the two most unhealthy tanks for the game. The tanks that are actually healthy in 6v6 and they never fix for 5v5 get the top ban slots when people know what they're doing. Excellent. Love that. Love that for you. Who's the support? Anna just goes a lot higher and gets, honestly, all of the Sombra is being distributed. Anna, Zen, Mercy, Brig. It's about what I thought it would be, honestly. Massive plus on console. So this is console all ranks. This is massive plus console. So Diva just gets destroyed by bans. Widow goes higher. Sojourn, Tracer. Interesting to see how much Sojourn increases on console. Where's Sojourn here? Am I blind? That's Sojourn. Sombra banned more often by console players, even at the highest ranks, but she isn't and highly regarded on PC. While overall Zarya is the most banned tank. When we look at Master and above, Diva handily steals the most banned slot for tanks of both console and PC. Anna is the most banned support her at high ranks on PC, while Mercy is the most banned hero on console. Then sees more bans on PC. How do hero bans look in different regions? The following charts show the rates for Masters plus Role Queue, with the biggest differences at player and with the larger proportion of high MMR players. Every region has the same most banned hero in each role, Freya, Diva, and Anna, but there's some nuance. EU and US worry about Mercy and Wrecking Ball, but Korea mostly ignores them. Korea bans... EU and US worry about Mercy? Yeah, it's just for the memes, right? Korean bans are much more polarized, where fewer heroes get a majority of the bans. US and EU ban Sojourn pretty often, while she's ignored in Korea. So, read that. So this is Korea. Korea's pretty obvious. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Europe doesn't ban Zarya quite as much, bans Ball a lot more. A little bit more even over the Sportcast. Yeah, Korea's banning Ana Zen because they're dive boys. America's going to be pretty much the same as Europe, I would assume. Interesting that it's a lot more polarized. Yeah, the bans are a lot more solved in Korea. Interesting. Another important factor to consider with hero bans is that most players don't just ban different heroes at different ranks, they also ban different numbers of unique heroes based on rank. There's more alignment between players about which heroes should be banned at higher ranks. At GM, the average team tries to ban 4 heroes, at Bronze, the average team tries to ban 6. The damage role has the most disagreement across heroes to ban, followed by tank and then support. At GM, all 3 roles have very similar ban rates, which aligns with data we've discussed in the past that implies that all 3 roles have very similar impact at the highest ranks. Ban variance by rank. Interesting. Cool. We know that one of the biggest questions you'll have is, now that we have all this data, what do we plan to do with it? In talking to our hero designers, they've explained that they found the data we've collected so far very interesting. Yeah, so they fucking hate Sombra. Oh, very interesting. And we'll be using it in the future to help inform balance changes. I'm worried about that. You should be predicting what the balance changes will do to this, not using this to do the balance changes, right? It should be proactive, not reactive. Heroes that are more niche or map specific may need to become more generalized if they always banned where they perform well. Here we go, guys. You can't have anything interesting. Everything will stand on main and generally shoot the enemy team. You need more movement and stuff like that. Yeah, okay. Maybe they're talking about Widow there. Heroes that are very unpopular right now maybe see more adjustments regardless of performance. Ultimately, though, there aren't any specific changes than the works based on this data yet, and hero ban data alone could never dictate how heroes are balanced. Speaking on the system itself, we're happy with how it works overall. We believe the system is meeting most of its goals, and we're excited to see how bans evolve over time, especially once we start releasing more data about our hero win rates and pick weights in the future. Pick weights. One way that we're considering changing this system is to add a feature to prefer hero that would allow it to act as a tiebreaker. Around 42% of games since we launched the feature have had 7 to 5 vote ties. A player's first choice is worth 7 votes and a player's second choice is worth 5 votes. That means it's common for multiple players to be voting for different heroes and for us to have to break ties randomly, which is awesome. As you can also infer from the ban variance data above, that's a lot more common at lower ranks where there's less alignment about who to vote on. So the feature we're considering adding is making each preferred hero choice worth 1 negative vote. I think that's actually very fair, to be quite honest. 1 vote isn't much since each player technically has 15. If you total all 3 choices, this will mean that if multiple heroes are tied for a ban, the hero that isn't preferred by any players will be banned. This negative vote would never count twice. Beautiful. Yeah, that's a really good addition to the system. Yeah. Systems like hero bans and our upcoming map voting feature, which launched in Season 17, are constantly improved by your feedback because we're making a great game together. Also, don't forget to check out our next drive starting in June the 19th. If you're still reading after surviving this tsunami of data, may your ban wins always be uphill battles and your losses consolidations. May your wins always be uphill battles and your losses concessions. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be, instead of being an extra 40 seconds to you get into the game, it's going to be an extra minute and a half. Hopefully they can bundle these screens together and have them happen at the same time. But yeah, I don't want my queue times being... I literally just go away from the computer now while queuing if it's an insta-queue. Because I know I'm going to have to sit through the ban phase, which is very boring. Yeah, so my feedback is the ban system in total is fine, right? It's fine, right? It's okay. But however, you're already making decisions based off it that I don't like. Yep. It's okay. It's okay. Interesting data. Interesting data. cringiest closing words ever. They keep saying that every fucking dev vlog. Yeah, it's pretty cringe. Well, it's been nice to listen to Freedo. I am gonna head 20 past. Oh, time really got on. Yeah, 20 past 8. Have a wonderful evening. May your wins always be consolidations and your losses always be uphill battles, as I say. That's what I'm always saying. Spank you, Mr. Realth? No, thank you. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. I will not be on Sunday. Didac's going to run Pugs on Sunday. I will be on Monday for Disco Elysium, and we will have Pugs on Wednesday as well. So Pugs are running on Sunday. Please turn up to them. We have had some... I'm not sure if the changes are out. Me and Dida have talked about changes.